Introduction. Wealth obeys energy. Throughout the ages, a hidden stream of truth has been whispered through hallowed temples in ancient scrolls, and within the hearts of the awakened wealth is not earned by force, but summoned through harmony with the unseen. It is not the clenched fist, but the attuned soul that unlocks the gates of abundance. Guarded by sages and passed down in silence, this wisdom reveals a secret long concealed from the masses. Prosperity is an echo of your inner frequency, a reflection of your spiritual alignment. The material world is but a mirror, and money in its purest essence is condensed energy responding to vibration, not effort. The universe, governed by eternal laws, moves in perfect order. As surely as night follows day and the tides obey the moon, so too does wealth obey energy. It does not answer to urgency or struggle, but to the quiet yet powerful resonant flow that emanates from within you. You now stand at the threshold of this revelation. Before you lies the sacred path once walked by kings, mystics, and visionaries, souls who understood that gold follows the spirit, not the other way around. This knowledge, hidden in plain sight, has awaited your readiness. As you shift your energy, the outer world must shift to mirror it. This is the law behind all manifestation. Release the illusion of lack, for the truth is this: abundance is your natural state, and the time to remember it is now. Chapter 1. The Underground River. Beneath the barren desert in this vast universe, there is no such thing as lack. The state of scarcity that humans so often feel is not the nature of reality, but an illusion created through a distorted lens of perception. The suffering of want does not stem from a true absence of resources, but from an absence of awareness of the abundance that already exists. Prosperity and plenty are not things to be created or wrestled from the outside world. They are a parallel reality quietly waiting to be discovered and acknowledged. Therefore, the transformation from lack to abundance is not a journey of acquisition, but a revolution in consciousness. The foundation of all things is not finite matter, but pure, limitless, and ever-flowing energy. What we see, touch, and call real is merely a sliver of the infinite potential hidden within. Elara was a weaver, her hands moving like dancers across the loom. The tapestries she created were not mere objects. They were symphonies of color and texture famous throughout the surrounding lands. But deep in her soul, Elara lived with a constant gnawing fear, the fear of running out of thread. She lived in a valley where the winters were long and harsh. Whenever the merchants' caravans arrived with their bundles of wool and linen, an invisible tension would grip Elara. She would count every coin, buy as much thread as she could, and hoard it in her storeroom, her heart filled with anxiety. She looked upon the other weavers with a wary eye, viewing them as rivals in a race for finite resources. That fear began to seep into her work. Her fingers, once dancing, were now rigid. Her designs, which once flowed from an endless spring of inspiration, were now calculated to conserve every inch of thread. She worked longer hours, but the joy was gone, replaced by exhaustion and burden. Her tapestries, while still technically perfect, had lost their soul. They became cold and lifeless, just like her own heart, which had contracted in fear. The scarcity she feared on the outside had become a barrenness on the inside. One winter afternoon, as her last spool of thread ran out and a blizzard raged outside, making it impossible for any merchant to arrive, Elara collapsed before her empty loom. Tears of despair streamed down her face. In that moment of complete surrender, with nothing left to lose, her gaze fell upon a small old wooden chest tucked beneath the loom. It was a gift from her grandmother, a brilliant weaver whom she had all but forgotten. She opened the chest. Inside was not the treasure trove of thread she secretly wished for. There was only a single spool of yarn shimmering like golden sunbeams and a small slip of paper. Her grandmother's elegant script read, "The true supply is not in the storehouse, but in your heart." The words struck Elara like a bolt of lightning. She realized how deeply mistaken she had been. She had been seeking security in material hoarding, while her true power, her creativity, her love for the craft was left to wither. Her fear was not about running out of thread. It was the fear that she herself was not enough. With a newfound sense of peace, Ilara placed the golden spool onto her loom. She did not set out to weave a large tapestry for sale. Instead, she let her hands move freely, led by her heart. She wove the image of a small, radiant, and vibrant sun. She didn't think about profit or worry about tomorrow. She simply wove, pouring love and trust into every single stitch. The process itself was healing her. When the little golden sun was complete, it radiated a strange, warm light that illuminated the entire gloomy room. A neighbor passing by, drawn to its beauty, brought her a loaf of warm bread. A village carpenter moved by the piece offered to trade a sturdy wooden chair for a small ornament from her. And then a lord traveling through the region, seeing the golden sun through her window, stopped his carriage. He not only bought the piece for a handsome price, but offered to supply her with all the finest threads she could ever need, simply so she could continue to create such beauty. Ilara hadn't found a new supply. She had simply shifted her perception. By acting from a place of inner abundance, she allowed the universe's abundance to flow to her. The infinite supply was always there, waiting for her to resonate with it. This law does not only apply to an artist and her inspiration, it is present in every facet of life. It is the underground river flowing beneath the most barren desert. In another land lived a farmer named Liam. He had inherited a patch of dry, rocky land from his father. All around him in the fertile valley, other farmers had lush fields, heavy with grain. Liam worked from dawn until dusk, trying to plow, pick stones, and sow seeds. But the land seemed to resist him. Each harvest yielded only a meager amount, just enough to survive. He saw his land as a curse, a symbol of his lack. He looked at the green fields in the valley with envy and bitterness. One year, a terrible drought struck. The rivers in the valley began to run dry, and the fertile fields started to crack. The wealthy farmers now faced the same scarcity Liam knew so well. In despair, Liam wandered his land, ready to give up. He collapsed beside a large boulder where the ground felt slightly cooler. As he lay there in the silence of his surrender, he noticed something strange. Tucked into the crevices of the rock were small patches of moss, impossibly green despite the dry weather. Curious, he dug beneath the moss. The soil there was cool and damp. A realization dawned on him: the rocks weren't the enemy. They were guardians, shielding the soil from the harsh sun and trapping every precious drop of morning dew. His land wasn't barren, it simply nurtured life differently. Liam's perception shifted entirely. He no longer tried to fight the land. Instead, he learned to listen and cooperate with it. He didn't remove the stones, but planted shade-loving crops beside them. He dug small channels to guide water from the moist earth at the base of the rocks to the roots of his plants. He realized his land wasn't suited for wheat, like the valley, but it was perfect for deep-rooted herbs and vegetables. While the valley fields withered, Liam's rock garden thrived. He had found an underground spring, an endless supply, not by digging a deep well, but by changing his perspective on what he already had. The greatest barrier was not the stones on the ground, but the invisible veil of limiting beliefs in his mind. He had discovered that even in the most barren desert, there is an underground river of life waiting to be recognized. Practice discovering your hidden treasure. Each day for the next week, set aside 5 minutes for this practice. Identify a lack. Think of one area in your life where you feel a sense of scarcity. It could be time, money, energy, love, or opportunity. Write it down. For example, I don't have enough time. Find the stone or the golden thread. Now look at this lack as if it were a rocky field or an empty room. Instead of focusing on what isn't there, search for a hidden treasure within it. If you lack time, perhaps your treasure is the ability to focus deeply for 15 minutes. If you lack money, perhaps your treasure is your resourcefulness, the ability to fix things or cook delicious, inexpensive meals. If you lack energy, perhaps your treasure is your sensitivity, which tells you exactly when your body truly needs to rest. Shift your action. Based on the treasure you just discovered, write down one small action you can take, not to fix the lack, but to honor the treasure. Example, today I will dedicate 15 minutes of pure, undistracted focus to a single task to honor my ability to concentrate. Example, today I will use my resourcefulness to repair a broken item instead of buying a new one. By doing this, you are training your perception to see through the illusion of scarcity and recognize the underground river of abundance that is always flowing just beneath the surface of your life. Chapter 2. The Conduit for the River of Prosperity. The material world we live in, with its glittering coins and guarded treasures, often tricks us into believing that wealth lies within the objects themselves. But here is a deeper truth: money and possessions are not the essence of prosperity. They are merely containers, tangible symbols for an invisible current of life energy, the very energy that is the source of all creation and growth in the universe. Therefore, true prosperity comes not from hoarding or grasping. It comes from becoming a clear and open conduit, allowing the universe's abundant flow to move through you freely. Like a river, wealth will always seek and fill the path of clearest flow and least resistance. Always remember, energy precedes, matter follows. The true value of everything you do and every object you create lies in the intention, the soul, and the pure energy you pour into it. When you focus on infusing your work with this life energy material, results are inevitably drawn to you as a natural consequence. Marcus was a baker in a bustling port town. His bread was delicious, his skill was undeniable. But Marcus's greatest joy came not from the aroma of fresh dough or the satisfied smiles of his customers. His joy came from the jingle of coins dropping into his leather purse and the reassuring weight of it at the end of the day. He worked to make money, and each loaf of bread was simply a means to that end. His mind was always spinning with calculations of accumulation. He used the cheapest flour to maximize his profit margin. When prices rose, he quietly made his loaves a little smaller. He grew irritable with children who lingered too long at his shop window, and with customers who bought only a small piece of bread. He built an invisible wall between himself and everyone else, a wall made of calculation and the fear of loss. His bakery, once a warm and inviting corner, gradually grew cold. And a strange thing happened. The tighter he tried to clench his purse, the emptier it seemed to become. Customers grew scarce. The flow of money into his shop weakened to a trickle, like a stream running dry. His effort to become a safe reservoir had turned him into a dam, blocking the flow of prosperity. One dreary afternoon, as Marcus stared glumly at his nearly full shelves, a poor minstrel entered the shop. He had no money, but he had his lute and a soulful voice. "Sir," the artist said, "I have no coin, but may I trade a song for a loaf of bread?" Marcus's first instinct was to shoo him away, but something in the minstrel's clear, sincere eyes held him back. He gave a reluctant nod. As the lute began to play, a miracle occurred. The cheerful, bright melody wove itself into every corner of the shop, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. The energy of life, of pure joy, filled the space. Passers-by, drawn by the music, paused, then stepped inside. They bought bread not just out of hunger, but because they wanted to linger in that wonderful feeling. Marcus stood silently behind the counter, witnessing it all. He saw a woman who had just bought a large loaf break off half for a beggar woman outside. He saw strangers smiling at one another. He realized the bread's true value wasn't in the coin he received. Its true value was in the life, the connection, and the joy it could spread. The coin was merely the medium for that sacred exchange of energy. The next day, Marcus did something he would have never considered before. He took his savings and bought the finest flour available. As he kneaded the dough, he didn't think of profit. He thought of creating the most nourishing and delicious bread possible. He whistled the minstrel's tune. He greeted every customer as a cherished friend. He set aside a small corner, the corner of loving bread, where the poor could come for a free loaf each day. And the river began to flow again. His bakery became the heart of the neighborhood. People came not just to buy bread, but to bask in the energy of generosity and joy. More money flowed into his purse than ever before, but he no longer saw it as the end goal. He saw it as a current flowing through him to nourish his community. He used the profits to renovate his shop, help the old minstrel, and contribute to making the town a better place. He had stopped trying to be a stagnant pond and had instead become part of the river. This principle runs even deeper when we look at the nature of every exchange. Each transaction, no matter how small, is a ritual of energy exchange. Wealth does not come to those who chase it. It flows through those who know how to be a source of life energy. Anya was a potter in a remote village. The bowls and vases she made possessed a rustic beauty and perfect balance. But her talent did not bring her prosperity. She would take her pottery to the city market, her heart full of hope but also anxiety. She priced each piece highly, believing it was what her skill and effort deserved. She sat in her corner of the market, observing people with an energy of demanding and lack. "Please buy my work." Her eyes seemed to plead. People would come admire the beauty of her pottery and then walk away. They sensed a heaviness, a grasping quality in the seller's energy. The few haggling sessions that occurred were tense. Anya sold a few pieces, but the coin she received brought no joy, only a sense of emptiness. The exchange was one of struggle with no flow of energy. On her way home, deeply disappointed, she passed an old monastery on a hill. She saw the monks struggling to carry water from a distant well in old, leaking wooden buckets. A compassionate urge arose within her, a pure intention to help. She stopped her cart, chose her largest and sturdiest pots, and brought them to the monks as a gift. She had no thought of a sale. She was simply giving from the heart. The head monk, a man with kind eyes, accepted the gift with profound gratitude. "We have no money to pay you," he said, "but we have another gift." He led Anya to a corner of the garden and showed her a special type of clay they used for glazing, a clay that could produce a mystical blue like the sky at twilight. Anya returned to her village, not with a heavy purse, but with a gift of gratitude. She used the new glaze to finish her pieces. The results were extraordinary. The pots now bore a unique, mesmerizingly deep blue. Word spread. People began to call her the Twilight Potter. A wealthy merchant from a faraway land, hearing the story of the special glaze and its origin, journeyed to Anya's village. He not only bought all her existing pottery, but offered her a long-term contract to distribute her unique works of art. Anya finally understood. Her greatest prosperity arrived not when she tried to take something from the world, but when she allowed her energy and talent to flow outward freely. Her transaction with the monks, an exchange of pure giving and receiving, had become a sacred ritual that opened a door to prosperity she could never have reached by focusing only on the coins. Practice the ritual of energy exchange. The next time you make any transaction, whether buying a loaf of bread, paying for a service, or receiving your salary, pause for a second and turn it into a conscious ritual. 1. When you give, making a payment. Hold the money or payment method in your hand. In your mind, silently send it a blessing. Think, "I send this energy with gratitude. May it bring prosperity and well-being to the one who receives it and to all whom it will touch." Feel the sense of abundance in being able to give rather than a sense of loss. 2. When you receive, getting paid. Hold the money or received item in your hand. In your mind, silently receive it with gratitude. Think, "I receive this energy with an open heart. I am a conduit for the universe's prosperity, and I will use it wisely in service of life." Feel the flow of the universe trusting you with its resources. By doing this, you are actively participating in the creation of a prosperous cycle. You are no longer a passive observer in an economy, but a conscious participant in the grand energetic dance of the universe. Chapter 3. Reclaiming Your Forgotten Inheritance. Listen to a fundamental truth: prosperity is your birthright. Every soul brought into this world is the rightful heir to a vast energetic legacy of abundance. Well-being, joy, and creativity are not things you must painstakingly build from scratch. They are an inherent entitlement encoded into your spiritual DNA before you ever took your first breath. Why then do so many live in a state of lack? Because the clear stream of prosperity that flows naturally within them has been muddied and blocked by the silt of limiting beliefs, negative patterns about money, and deeply held feelings of unworthiness. These energetic imprints are absorbed unconsciously from family and society, creating an invisible resistance to the very abundance that is yours by right. But the good news is this: you have the full authority to cleanse this negative inheritance. You can identify, release, and purify the energetic burdens of lack, struggle, or unworthiness that have been passed down through generations. You can fully honor your ancestors' journey without being required to carry their baggage. You are the chain breaker. Reclaiming your inheritance requires a conscious choice and a powerful intentional declaration. By actively releasing the old and affirming the new, you are reprogramming your energy field back to its original state of clarity and abundance. Kyle came from a long line of stonemasons. His father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfathers were all stonemasons. They built sturdy city walls, laid durable cobblestone roads, and repaired humble doorsteps. His family was known for its diligence, and it was also known for its poverty. A belief as hard as granite had been passed from one generation to the next. We are laborers, not artists. Our work is for survival, not for dreaming. That belief was etched into Kyle's soul. He had deft hands and a keener eye than anyone in his family, but he never dared to attempt anything beyond the familiar work. He looked at blocks of stone and saw only walls and bricks. The artistic current within him was muddied by the silt of this spiritual legacy. Then one day the regional lord issued a proclamation, a competition to find someone who could sculpt a great statue for the central square. A spark ignited in Kyle's heart, a secret yearning to create beauty, to leave a timeless mark. But instantly his father's voice echoed in his mind. That is not our place. Know your station. The fear and sense of unworthiness, an invisible weight from his ancestors, pressed down on his shoulders. He watched sculptors from other guilds preparing their blocks of pure white marble and felt a familiar resignation. That evening, while cleaning out his grandfather's old workshop, his hand brushed against a small wooden box. Inside, carefully wrapped in a worn cloth, was a smooth river pebble. Carved onto its surface was the figure of a tiny bird, crudely shaped yet exuding an incredible sense of life and freedom. It was his grandfather's secret work. A buried dream, an artistic spark that was never allowed to fly. In that moment, Kyle no longer saw his legacy as a limitation. He saw it as suppressed potential. He realized his family's belief wasn't a truth, but a cage forged from hardship and fear. The little stone had no magic, but it served as a key unlocking a truth that had been sleeping within him. He understood that he could honor his ancestors' diligence while simultaneously freeing the dream they never dared to realize. Kyle decided to enter the competition. He had no marble, only the same gray granite his family always used. But this time he worked with a completely different intention. He wasn't just a laborer, he was the fulfillment of a forgotten legacy. He poured his love, his newfound freedom, and the skill honed over generations into the stone. His statue, depicting a simple worker looking up at the sky with eyes full of hope, possessed a power and authenticity that no polished, ornate statue could match. He won, but more importantly, he had broken the energetic chain of limitation. He had reclaimed his true inheritance, not poverty, but the profound innate talent that had always been there waiting to be set free. But how do we purposefully cleanse this obscuring silt? The answer lies in making a choice and a declaration with the whole of our being. Lena was an herbalist, a knowledge passed down from her mother and grandmother. Her family was always respected in the village for their effective remedies, but also regarded with a certain wariness. Another belief had been passed down, one born of protection: always be discreet. Never show all that you know, or people will fear you and harm you. Our wisdom is also our burden. Lena discovered a rare combination of herbs that could cure a common fever overnight. She knew it could help countless people, but the inherited fear held her back. She remembered stories of her great-grandmother being shunned for remedies that were too miraculous. The flow of healing and prosperity within her was blocked by the silt of this fear of judgment. One night, as a fever swept through the village, Lena had a vivid dream. Her mother and grandmother appeared wearing heavy cloaks of shadow. Her grandmother looked directly into her eyes and said, "Our burden does not have to be yours." Lena awoke with a start, her heart pounding, but her mind was strangely clear. She had been wrong. All this time she had been honoring their fear, not their wisdom. The truest way to honor them was to let their knowledge shine brightly. It was a choice. She walked to the small altar in the corner of her home, lit a candle, and spoke aloud, her voice clear and firm. "I give thanks for the legacy of knowledge my ancestors have passed down. I now release all the fears, the burdens, and the beliefs about danger that you carried. I reclaim my inheritance to serve and heal completely, safely, and abundantly." The next morning, Lena carried a full basket of herbs to the village square. She spoke openly, confidently, explaining her new remedy. Her clear, unafraid energy dispelled the suspicion. A few brave souls tried it first, and the results were miraculous. The fear in the village melted away, replaced by gratitude. Lena hadn't just healed the villagers' sickness. She had healed her own family's energetic lineage. Her intentional declaration had reprogrammed her reality, transforming a legacy of fear into one of trust and prosperity. Practice the ritual of reclaiming your inheritance. Find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed for 15 minutes. Light a candle if you wish. Identify the burden. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. Ask yourself, what limiting belief about money, success, or my own worth am I carrying that doesn't feel like my own? Perhaps it's a phrase you often heard from a parent: money is hard to come by, or a feeling of unworthiness you can't explain. Let the answer surface naturally. Honor and thank. Once you've identified the belief, visualize its source: your parents, grandparents, or ancestors. See them with compassion, not judgment. Silently say to them, "I thank you for all that you did to survive and protect our family. I acknowledge the hardships and the burdens you had to endure. I honor your journey." Declare release. Now place a hand on your heart and say clearly and firmly, silently or aloud, "However, this burden is not mine to carry. With love and respect, I now return this burden to the universe for purification. I release myself and all future generations from the chain of this limiting belief." Reclaim your birthright. Take a deep, cleansing breath and declare, "Right now I reclaim my birthright of abundance, joy, peace, and prosperity. I am a clear conduit for the universe's wealth. I am worthy. My legacy begins here." Sit in silence for a few moments, feeling the shift in your energy field. You have just performed a profound act of healing, not only for yourself, but for your entire lineage. Chapter 4. The ground beneath the pilgrim's feet. On the journey of life, we are often swept up in a relentless search in the outer world. We seek wealth in distant opportunities, security in tangible assets, and fulfillment in the recognition of others. But this search often causes us to overlook the greatest resource of all, an infinite treasure that has always existed right where we stand in the undiscovered depths of our own consciousness. Your consciousness is the source of all wealth. Before a single gold coin is minted, before a single harvest is reaped, prosperity already exists as pure potential within you. Your consciousness is the infinite storehouse, the original blueprint for every form of abundance you can possibly imagine. The outer material world has no power to decide its own state. It is always a mirror reflecting with honesty and precision the state of your inner world. To create tangible wealth, you must first learn to access and awaken the treasure of abundance that is already present within you. The most valuable teachings, truths, and enlightening tools are not meant to lead you to a secret mountain or a treasure island. Their true purpose is to give you a map, not to explore the world, but to explore yourself, to reveal the potential and treasures hidden right within your very own house. Alistair lived half his life with the ironclad belief that his happiness lay somewhere far away. He was obsessed with the legend of the Sunstone, a mythical gem said to be hidden on the peak of the Grey Mountains to the east, capable of bringing endless wealth to whoever found it. Believing the stone was the answer to all his problems, Alistair sold his small plot of land and even the tools that had sustained him to begin the great pilgrimage of his life. And so he journeyed. He crossed scorching deserts, traversed dense jungles, and faced countless dangers. He learned to survive, to find water in stone, to read the stars. He met many people and learned many skills, but his mind was always fixed on a single goal, the mountain peak and the stone. Years passed, his hair turned gray, and his back grew stooped. The journey had taken his youth, and all he had to show for it were weary feet and a heart heavy with hope. Finally, after many long years, he set foot on the peak of the Grey Mountains. But there was no gem before him, only bare rock and cold wind, no treasure, no magic. It was completely empty. Alistair collapsed in despair. It was all a lie. In the crushing silence of his failure, for the first time in years, Alistair stopped searching outside himself. He had nowhere left to go, no goal left to pursue. He had only himself. And so he began to look back. He remembered the resilience that got him through the desert. He remembered the wisdom he learned from a hermit in the forest. He remembered the courage he found when facing a blizzard. He suddenly realized that the journey wasn't to find a gem. The journey was to forge him into one. The treasure was not on the mountaintop, it was in his own transformation. The legend wasn't a guide to material treasure, it was a metaphor for the journey into consciousness. Alistair returned to his old village. He did not bring back the Sunstone, but he brought back the qualities the stone was said to represent: clarity, steadfastness, and an inner wealth that radiated from his very being. He used his wisdom to help the villagers resolve disputes. He used his resilience to organize the people to rebuild a bridge after a flood. He used his resourcefulness to create a new life right on the land he had once deemed worthless. He had traveled the world only to realize that the greatest treasure had always been right beneath his feet, waiting to be unearthed from his own consciousness. So how do we unearth this treasure? How do we find the map into ourselves when we don't need to undertake an arduous pilgrimage? The answer lies in your ability to create the key to your own inner treasure. Isolde was a cartographer. Her maps of distant lands were incredibly accurate and beautiful. People praised her, but deep inside she felt empty and lacking. She believed that if she could just draw the perfect map to the legendary Verdant Valley, her own life would become abundant. She buried herself in her work, collecting every scrap of external information: ancient scrolls, sailors' tales, astronomical charts. She tried to piece them together, but the more she collected, the more contradictory everything became. Her workshop grew cluttered with unfinished maps, each one a monument to her frustration. Her outer world, the chaos, was a perfect reflection of her inner world, the feeling of lack. One day, a blind poet came to visit her workshop. He could not see her maps, but he asked a favor of her. Please use your words to describe for me a place of absolute abundance and peace. Isolde closed her eyes. She was no longer relying on external data. She began to paint a scene from deep within her own consciousness. She described the sound of a babbling brook, the feel of rich soil beneath her feet, the scent of blooming flowers, the warmth of the sun on her skin. As she spoke, lost in the description, she suddenly realized something she was feeling, that peace and abundance in this very moment. She was creating the valley inside herself. The blind poet smiled as if he could see her transformation. You have just drawn the most valuable map, he said. It is not on paper. Isolde had a revelation. The blueprint wasn't outside. It was inside. From that day on, she stopped drawing physical maps. Instead, she took a clean piece of parchment and drew a simple symbol, a circle with a sprouting seed at its center. This symbol represented the feeling of abundance she had found. It became her key, her spiritual anchor. Whenever she felt anxious or lacking, she would simply close her eyes and visualize that symbol. Instantly, the feeling of peace and plenty would return. This inner shift changed everything. Her creative energy began to flow again. She started creating symbolic charts tools to help others focus and find their own inner peace. These works became priceless. Isolde had learned not to seek the valley, but to become the valley. Practice creating your golden key. This exercise helps you create a spiritual anchor, a personal key for instant access to your state of inner abundance. Access the state of abundance. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Remember a moment in your life when you felt completely abundant, peaceful, and happy. It could be watching a sunset, being held in a loved one's embrace, or finishing a project you were proud of. Relive that feeling. Feel it in every cell. What does it feel like in your body? Is it warm, light, solid? Create the symbol. While holding on to that feeling, allow a simple symbol to emerge in your mind's eye. Don't analyze it. It could be a shape, a circle, a square, a natural image, a leaf, a drop of water, a flame, or an abstract character. Whatever comes first, accept it. This is the symbol for your state of abundance. Draw your key. Open your eyes and draw the symbol on a small piece of paper. Draw it with intention. As you draw, continue to feel the state of abundance you accessed. Activate the key. Keep the paper in your hand or place it somewhere you will see it often. For the next few days, every time you look at it, take a deep breath and allow yourself to return to the feeling of abundance it represents. You have just created your very own golden key. It is a tangible reminder that you need not search for anything outside of yourself. All the treasures of the universe are already inside you, waiting to be unlocked. Chapter 5. The Symphony of the Heart. We often believe that success and prosperity are the results of right actions and perfect strategies. We work tirelessly, calculate every step, and try to control all external factors. But in doing so, we overlook a more fundamental truth. The universe does not respond to your actions. It responds to your frequency. Wealth is not attracted by mere diligence. It is attracted by energetic resonance. The universe listens and responds to the melody created by your deepest inner beliefs and feelings, not to the words you speak or the things you do. Prosperity requires energetic coherence. When your conscious desire for abundance, I want to be wealthy, conflicts with a subconscious belief in scarcity, I don't think I'm worthy, you are emitting conflicting frequencies that cancel each other out. You are like an orchestra in which every musician is playing from a different sheet of music. The result is not a symphony, but a cacophony. In your dialogue with the universe, your emotional tone is always a more powerful and truthful message than 1,000 spoken affirmations. Feelings like sincere gratitude, pure joy, and deep peace are the very language of abundance. They are the frequency of prosperity. Intentionally cultivating these feelings will automatically attune your energy, to the flow of the universe, naturally attracting corresponding circumstances, people, and opportunities. Finian was a lute maker. Technically, he was a master. He selected the rarest woods, followed every ancient rule of the craft, and produced instruments that were physically perfect in every detail. His conscious desire was clear: to create the most sought-after lutes and become wealthy. Every morning he would affirm, "I am the greatest lute maker. My instruments will bring me prosperity." But there was a problem. His lutes, though physically flawless, had no resonance. Their sound was dry, lacking warmth and depth. The reason lay in a belief hidden deep beneath his subconscious, a scar from a past failure, the belief that he wasn't truly good enough, that true mastery was just beyond his reach. So while his hands performed the actions of a master and his mind spoke the words of abundance, his heart vibrated at the frequency of doubt and fear. He was broadcasting two contradictory signals. Musicians would come to his shop. They would pick up the lutes, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship, but when they strummed them, they felt no connection. The soul of the instrument was silent, and so they would leave. Finian's shop remained empty, his perfect lutes gathering dust. His outer world was a perfect reflection of his inner energetic conflict. One day, an old blind musician entered the shop. He did not look at the lutes. He walked over, placing his wrinkled hand on each one as if listening with his skin. Finally, he picked one up and said, "This lute was made by skilled hands, but its heart is silent." Instead of asking about technique, the old musician asked Finian, "Tell me about the first time you fell in love with music." Finian hesitated, then began to speak of a long-forgotten childhood memory, the day he sat under a tree, mesmerized, listening to an unknown minstrel play a joyful tune. As he spoke, his entire being changed. The tension left his shoulders. He was no longer thinking about selling lutes or achieving perfection. He was reconnecting with that primary feeling, pure joy and unconditional love for music. The next lute Finian made was completely different. Before touching the wood, he took time to sit in silence, reawakening the feeling of that young boy. He worked not from the pressure to create a masterpiece, but from the urge to pour this wonderful feeling into the wood. His actions were the same, but the frequency behind them had changed. That lute, when finished, was not just perfect. It had a soul. Its tone was warm, deep, and could touch the hearts of all who heard it. Word spread quickly. People sought out Finian not just to buy an instrument, but to own a piece of the joy he had infused into it. He hadn't changed his business strategy. He had changed the symphony of his heart. So how do we intentionally create a harmonious symphony? The answer lies in using the language the universe truly understands, emotion, and creating keys to access that language. Lyra was a perfumer. Her small shop was filled with magnificent scents, yet it was always empty. Every day she worried about her bills and the cost of her expensive ingredients. The energy in her shop, though fragrant, was tinged with the scent of anxiety. She tried a method she had been taught, sitting down and visualizing her shop full of customers. She tried to force the image into her mind, but her underlying feeling was still one of desperation. She was thinking of abundance but feeling lack. The universe, which only listens to feeling, continued to bring her an empty shop. One morning, exhausted from forceful visualization, she decided to do something different. She picked up a single rose petal, one of her ingredients. Instead of thinking of its cost, she focused completely on its simple beauty. She closed her eyes and inhaled its scent deeply, not to analyze it, but simply to enjoy it. A wave of pure, sincere gratitude washed over her, gratitude for the existence of something so simple and so perfect. In that very moment, a new perfume formula flashed in her mind, one tied to this very feeling of gratitude. Lyra created the new perfume and called it Gratitude's Breath. But more importantly, she had found her frequency key. The scent itself became her anchor. Whenever a worried thought crept in, she would dab a tiny drop of the perfume on her wrist, close her eyes, and take a deep breath. The scent would instantly return her to that state of pure gratitude. By intentionally shifting her emotional state, Lyra changed the entire energy of her shop. It became a sanctuary of peace. People began to be drawn in not by an advertisement, but by the warm, inviting frequency that radiated from within. Lyra had learned that the most potent ingredient in her success was not a rare flower, but the frequency of gratitude she intentionally cultivated. Practice creating your frequency key. This exercise helps you create a multisensory anchor to instantly connect with your frequency of prosperity at any time. Identify a peak frequency. Close your eyes and recall a moment when you felt the most intense joy or gratitude. Choose a strong, pure emotion. Relive that moment. Link a sound. While immersed in that feeling, create a simple sound. It could be a single word, peace, abundance, a humming sound, or the snap of your fingers. Repeat the sound a few times while holding the peak emotion. Link a sensation touch. Still holding the emotion and sound, create a simple physical touch. For example, place your hand over your heart. Gently press your thumb and forefinger together, or lightly rub your wrist. Unify and program now. Combine all three elements. Take a deep breath. Recreate the peak emotion, make your sound, and perform your touch all at the same time. Repeat this process 3 to 5 times with the strong intention that this combination is your key to accessing your frequency of prosperity. Use your key. Whenever you feel stressed, anxious, or fall into a state of lack during your day, use your key. Simply perform the touch and make the sound, and your mind and body will be prompted to return to the high frequency of gratitude and joy. You are the conductor of your life's symphony. By learning to direct and cultivate your inner emotions, you are composing a melody to which the universe cannot help but dance. Chapter 6. Breaking the Silent Vow. Have you ever wondered why certain difficult patterns, especially concerning finances, repeat themselves in your life with an absurd consistency despite all your best efforts? The answer may not lie in what you are doing wrong, but in what you have inherited. Your reality carries the energetic memory of your ancestors. Seemingly endless struggles can be the echoes of past suffering, trauma, or limitations that still resonate in your bloodline or even in the very land upon which you live. Deeper still, you may be bound by invisible vows. These energetic contracts or vows, for example, a vow of poverty in exchange for spiritual purity, or a vow never to surpass a certain level of success in order to remain safe, made by ancestors, under specific circumstances, can create unconscious patterns that cast a shadow over your life. They compel you to make limiting choices without you even knowing it. Awareness of this is the key, but only action can break the chains. To be truly free, you need a deliberate, intentional act, a ritual of release, a clear declaration to formally sever the old ties and affirm a new agreement with abundance. Because the survival strategy of the past can be the prison of the present. Ronan was an honest and diligent merchant, but fate always seemed to play tricks on him. Every time he was on the verge of a major success, something would happen. A shipment would be mysteriously lost, a partner would suddenly back out at the last minute, or a freak storm would ruin everything. It was a strangely repetitive pattern, a form of self-sabotage he could not explain. Deep down, Ronan carried an invisible fear whenever he got close to prosperity. He felt an irresistible urge to shrink back, to not draw attention to himself. During a conversation with a village elder, he heard the story of his great-grandfather. He had been an incredibly successful merchant during the time of a cruel, tyrannical lord. Out of jealousy for his wealth, the lord had accused him of treason, confiscated his entire fortune, and thrown his family into poverty. From that point on, the great-grandfather's survival strategy was to never appear successful again. He taught his children to always be humble, never to stand out, and to remember one thing above all: Wealth attracts danger. That survival strategy became an energetic imprint, an echo passed down through the generations. Ronan, without knowing it, was living out his great-grandfather's fear. His subconscious program was always warning him, success is danger. This truth struck Ronan like a bolt of lightning. He realized the fear was not his own, but awareness alone wasn't enough. The pattern continued. After losing another major contract, the familiar fear rose up again. This time, instead of surrendering to it, he decided to act. He went to the riverbank, which symbolizes flow and cleansing. He held a stone representing the old fear and a piece of wood representing his business. He spoke aloud, his voice echoing over the water. I acknowledge the pain and the survival wisdom of my ancestors. I thank you for protecting this lineage, but the times have changed. Your chains are no longer mine. With that, he hurled the stone into the river, feeling the burden release. Then he placed the piece of wood on a large leaf and gently pushed it into the current, a declaration of a new journey, free and unimpeded. That ritual broke the old energetic contract. The next time a big opportunity arose, Ronan still felt a flicker of the old fear, but he now recognized it as a distant echo. He took a deep breath and stepped forward with confidence. He succeeded. He didn't just win the contract. He won back his freedom for himself and for all future generations. One of the most powerful invisible chains, often disguised as piety, is the false belief that you must choose between spiritual wealth and material prosperity. The truth is that both can and should coexist, flowing together as one unified river. Serafina was a gifted healer, a pure soul who always put others first. She lived in a simple hut and often healed for free or in exchange for whatever people could offer. She believed this was the pure path, but she was always struggling. She didn't have enough money to buy the best herbs, and her own health was deteriorating from her own lack. She longed for more resources to help more people, but a deep sense of guilt would arise whenever she thought of accepting a fair payment. It seemed so worldly. During a deep meditation, she had a vision. She saw the image of an ancestor, an ascetic monk who had lived centuries before. This monk had taken a lifelong vow of poverty, believing it was the only path to God. Serafina was stunned to realize she had unconsciously inherited that vow. Her soul was honoring an ancient energetic contract, one that said, to be spiritual, one must renounce the material. This was the source of her guilt and self-limitation. The realization was both shocking and liberating. Her struggle was not a sign of holiness, but the result of an outdated vow. She understood she could help the world far more effectively if she herself were abundant. She decided to create a ritual to establish a new agreement. She lit 2 candles. One represented her spiritual light. The other represented material prosperity. She watched the 2 flames burn separately, then slowly brought them together until they merged into a single larger and brighter flame. As she gazed into the unified flame, she declared, I release the ancestral vow of poverty with gratitude and respect. I now declare a new agreement with the universe. I am a conduit for both divine healing and material prosperity. They are one in me. My abundance is a resource for healing the world. From that day on, the guilt vanished. She began to accept fair payment for her invaluable services. With her new resources, she built a proper healing center, grew a garden of rare herbs, and was able to help 100 times more people than before. Her spiritual light did not diminish. On the contrary, it shone even more brightly, supported by material stability. She had proven that the spiritual river and the material river were not 2, but 1. Practice the ritual of releasing ancestral bonds. Set aside time in a quiet place. You will need a candle, a piece of paper, a pen, and a small bowl of water or earth. Identify the pattern. Think about a negative repeating pattern in your life concerning money, relationships, or career. Ask yourself, does this pattern feel like it's not entirely mine? Does it resemble what my parents or grandparents went through? Write down the old vow. On the paper, write out the vow or energetic contract as you perceive it. Begin with, I, as a descendant, acknowledge the old energetic contract that was created for the purpose of survival, protection, piety. Then describe the belief or pattern. For example, a contract stating that great success brings danger or that poverty is purity. Declare release. Light the candle. Read what you have written aloud. Then say with a firm voice, I thank and honor my ancestors for doing what was necessary in their time. Now, as a sovereign being, I declare this contract complete. I officially release myself and all future generations from this bond. The act of breaking, carefully burn the paper in the candle's flame, allowing the ashes to fall into the bowl of water or earth. This act symbolizes the release of the old energy, returning it to the elements for transformation. Establish the new contract. Take a fresh piece of paper and write your new energetic contract. Begin with, right now I establish a new agreement with the universe. Write down what you choose for your life. For example, I allow success and prosperity to flow into my life safely and easily. I merge material abundance and spiritual growth into one harmonious current. I am free. Keep this new contract in a special place. You are not just changing your life, you are healing a lineage. Chapter 7. The Alchemical Furnace of Consciousness. The journey to prosperity is not an external hunt for riches. It is a noble art of alchemy that takes place in silence within you. The ultimate work of an awakened soul is to learn how to transform the base metal of fear and beliefs in scarcity into the pure gold of abundance consciousness and absolute trust in the universe. Material wealth then is no longer the goal. It becomes the inevitable result, the physical manifestation of a successful inner transformation. To allow the river of prosperity to flow freely, you must learn to balance and harmonize 4 core elements within yourself. They are earth, your physical foundation, the practical habits and actions related to your money. Water, your emotional world, your deep feelings about wealth and worthiness. Air, your mental realm, your thoughts and beliefs about prosperity. And fire, your spiritual torch, your connection to the infinite supply to your passion and life's purpose. When these 4 elements are purified and dance together in harmony, you become a master alchemist capable of transmuting any energy into gold. Elias was a blacksmith. His hands were strong and his skill was decent, but his forge was on the verge of ruin. He worked relentlessly from dawn till dusk, but the things he made were soulless implements, and his life was a constant struggle. The 4 elements within him were in a state of severe imbalance. His earth element was heavy and repetitive. He only forged the same dull hoes and knives out of habit, with no innovation. His forge was a mess, a physical manifestation of his inner chaos. His water element was murky. His emotions were a tangled mess of frustration, envy of other craftsmen, and resentment toward his fate. His air element was caged. His thoughts were trapped in a box. I'm just a blacksmith. I make tools, that's it. He couldn't see the artistic potential or higher value in his work. And most importantly, his fire element was nearly extinguished. The fire in the forge was hot, but the fire of passion in his heart was cold. He worked out of duty, not love. One day, a mysterious old traveler stopped at his forge. He did not ask to buy anything, nor did he offer business advice. Instead, he asked Elias about the 4 elements of his craft. The fire in your forge burns brightly, he said, but where is the fire in your heart? The question stunned Elias, forcing him to remember why he had first fallen in love with the work of iron and flame. Then the traveler pointed to a rough iron ingot and asked, Do you see a lump of iron, or do you see the potential of a king's sword, a gate for a cathedral? That question shattered the cage of Elias's thinking. Next, he looked into Elias's tired eyes and asked, Does your frustration make the steel stronger or merely more brittle? Elias realized the poison of his own emotions was seeping into every piece he created. Finally, the traveler looked at Elias's calloused hands. Are these hands serving survival, or could they serve a greater idea? That encounter began the process of inner alchemy for Elias. He started each day by rekindling the fire of passion in his heart. That changed his air element. He began to see himself as an artist of metal. This new mindset soothed his water. Frustration was replaced by the joy of creation. Finally, his earth element was transformed. His actions became intentional and inspired. He began to forge exquisite works of art, from iron dragon-shaped candlesticks, immortal roses. His forge was no longer a place of drudgery, but a space of magic. Prosperity came to him naturally, not because he worked more, but because he had become an alchemist who knew how to balance his inner elements to create gold. But how do we transmute a specific limiting belief, a heavy lump of lead, in our consciousness? We can follow a sacred scientific process, a structured art of transformation. Helena was a weaver. She inherited a loom and a belief that came with it. Weaving is the work of the poor. No matter how hard you work, it will only ever be enough to get by. This belief was her lump of lead. She loved weaving, but she always sold her beautiful tapestries for a pittance because she believed they weren't worth more. That belief became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Until one day she decided she could not continue. She would perform an alchemical process to transmute this lead. She followed 4 steps. Dissolution. She took out a coarse black thread representing the old belief. Holding it, she closed her eyes and fully acknowledged its presence without judgment. She said, "I acknowledge the belief that weaving is the work of the poor exists within me." This was the step of dissolving the shell of denial. Purification. She continued to sit with the black thread and asked, "Where did you come from?" An image appeared, her great-grandmother at her loom, her thin hands weaving tirelessly during a famine to have something to feed her children. Helena suddenly understood. The belief was not a curse. It was born of trauma and love, a survival truth of that era. Her compassion arose, washing away the negative energy of the belief, leaving only understanding. Elevation. Helena put the black thread away and took out a shimmering golden thread. She began to reframe the belief with a positive intention. She said, "My talent for weaving is not a means for survival, but a conduit for the universe's beauty, creativity, and prosperity to flow through." She was elevating the nature of her work from a burden to a gift, crystallization. To solidify this new belief, she did something symbolic. She wove a small tapestry. She used the black thread to weave the gnarled roots of a tree and the golden thread to weave a strong trunk, rising up with golden leaves and fruit. She called the piece the source of strength. It told the story of how a difficult past could be the firm foundation for a brilliant present. She hung it directly above her loom. It became her new, solid, and affirmed truth. With her new belief crystallized, Helena's behavior changed effortlessly. She confidently set prices that were worthy of her art. Her energy shifted, attracting generous patrons who valued the beauty and the story in each of her pieces. She had succeeded. She had turned the lead of her inheritance into the pure gold of consciousness. Practice the 4 steps of belief. Transmutation. Choose one limiting belief about money or success that you want to transform, e.g., making money is hard. I'm not good at managing money. Dissolution. Write the belief on a piece of paper. Read it aloud. Fully acknowledge its presence in your life without blaming yourself. Say, "I acknowledge that this belief is operating within me." Purification. Close your eyes and ask yourself, where did this belief come from? How did it serve me or my ancestors in the past? Try to see it with the eyes of compassion, understanding that it was once a protective mechanism or a survival truth. Thank it for having done its job. Elevation. Take a new piece of paper. Write down a new, opposing, and more powerful belief. It must be a positive affirmation in the present tense. For example, instead of "making money is hard," write "money and opportunities flow to me easily and frequently from multiple sources." Then crystallization. Now perform a symbolic act to solidify the new belief. You could burn the paper with the old belief and bury the ashes at the base of a thriving plant. Use the paper with the new belief as a bookmark in your favorite book. Speak the new belief aloud to your reflection in the mirror every morning for 7 days. Choose an act that is meaningful to you. You are the alchemist. The furnace is within your consciousness, and you have everything you need to begin this great work of transformation. Chapter 8. Covenant with the Golden River. In the great dance of energy, nothing is random. Abundance is not a lucky rainfall that chances upon a select few, but a two-way relationship, a cyclical flow that operates through covenants or energetic agreements. Your financial reality, whether abundant or lacking, is being shaped with precision by the covenants you have established consciously or unconsciously with the laws of the universe. When you face barriers, scarcity, or repeating patterns, understand that they do not truly originate from external circumstances. They are the direct result of restrictive agreements formed in the past. To change your reality, you must change the covenant. And here is the liberating truth. You have the full authority to intentionally dissolve old agreements of lack and establish a new, purposeful covenant with prosperity. This act does not require complex external rituals, but it does demand a clear intention and an unwavering commitment from within. A powerful covenant requires transparency on both sides. You must clearly define your commitments to service and the circulation of value, and you must also clearly state what you are willing to receive from the universe. This clarity creates an energy channel that is clear, powerful, and effective. Kalen was a scribe in the library of an ancient monastery. He and the other monks lived an ascetic life, dedicating themselves to the preservation of sacred knowledge. They operated under an unwritten rule, an energetic covenant that had existed for generations. They performed their work of service, and in return, the universe would provide just enough for them to survive. No more, no less. Poverty was seen as a demonstration of humility. But then a harsh winter descended, and the library roof began to leak badly, threatening to destroy the priceless parchments. The monastery did not have enough money for repairs. The monks prayed together. They begged for a miracle. They asked for just enough money to fix the roof. But they didn't realize they were asking for something that fell outside their current covenant. Their agreement was for survival, not for growth or major repairs. They were trapped in their own loop of just enough, and now just enough had become not enough. Kalen felt a deep sense of helplessness. He turned to an old book not for answers, but for solace. And he read a line, "The universe does not bestow at random, but responds to a clear invitation." An enlightenment flashed within him. For all this time, they had only ever invited survival. They had never dared to invite prosperity, or growth, or sustainable abundance. He realized that piety did not require poverty. That was merely a narrow interpretation they had imposed upon themselves. They had the full authority to write a new invitation, a new covenant. He gathered the monks and shared his discovery. Together they made a historic decision to dissolve the old covenant of just enough. They did not write it on paper. They forged it with the united intention of all. Their new covenant declared that in exchange for their wholehearted service to knowledge and spiritual light, they would now open themselves to receive abundant and plentiful resources, not just to preserve, but to expand the library, build a place of learning for all, and spread knowledge farther than ever before. They had upgraded their invitation. A short time later, a nobleman whose life had been changed by a book he read in that very library years ago returned. He was now a wealthy man. Seeing the dilapidated roof and hearing of the monk's new, inspiring vision, he donated a large sum of money, enough not only to repair the roof, but to build a new wing and a scriptorium for students. They did not receive just enough. They received the abundance that was commensurate with the new covenant they had courageously established. A powerful covenant requires clarity. It is not a vague wish, but a sacred contract with specific terms, and it needs to be reinforced daily. Alara was a gardener. She loved plants but struggled to make a living from her small plot of land. She often wished for more money, but it was a fleeting thought with no power. Her energy was unclear. Sometimes she gave plants away joyfully, other times she felt resentful when people bargained for a lower price. She realized that her vague wishes could not create a solid reality. She needed a true covenant. One morning she sat in the middle of her garden, took out a flat stone and a piece of charcoal, and decided to draft her own covenant of prosperity. Part 1. My commitment. The giving side. Every day I commit to tending this garden with all my love and attention. I commit to growing and selling only the healthiest and most vibrant plants. I commit to joyfully sharing my gardening knowledge with anyone who needs it. I commit to using 1/10 of my income to buy flowers to plant in the village's public spaces. I commit to beginning each day with gratitude for the earth, the water, and the sun. Part 2. My openness. The receiving side. In return, I open myself to receive an abundant and stable flow of prosperity. I open myself to receive customers who value my work and happily pay a fair price. I open myself to receive unexpected opportunities and creative ideas that help me expand my work. I open myself to receive the financial abundance that allows me to live a joyful life and to give even more. This clarity brought immense power, but the true magic came from reinforcing it daily. Every morning upon entering her garden, Alara would place her hand on the stone and reread her covenant. That simple act was like watering a seed. It kept the energy of the covenant alive and strong. Her garden began to thrive in a harmonious and orderly way. Customers were drawn to that peaceful energy. Her business became prosperous and stable, no longer precarious. She had learned that for a covenant to be sacred, it must be lived with every single day. Practice drafting your personal prosperity covenant. Set aside a sacred space and time for yourself. Take a pen and paper or another object that is meaningful to you to record your covenant. Dissolve the old covenant. Close your eyes and say, "I now officially dissolve all old covenants, whether conscious or unconscious, of lack, struggle, and unworthiness. They have served their purpose. I am now free." Draft the commitment section. Ask yourself, in exchange for prosperity, what value do I commit to bringing to the world? How will I serve? How will I circulate wealth? How will I express gratitude? Write down at least 3 clear, specific commitments, beginning with "I commit to." Draft the openness section. Now define what you are willing to receive. Be specific and allow yourself to dream big. I open myself to receive, e.g., a specific income level, new opportunities in X field, ideal clients, partners, the financial peace to be able to Y. Write down at least 3 things. Sign and commit. Read your entire covenant aloud. Feel its power and resonance. Then sign and date it. This is your sovereign declaration to the universe. The daily ritual. Create a simple ritual to renew this covenant each day. It could be rereading it each morning, placing your hand on the paper and taking a deep breath, or simply reciting your main commitments in your mind. You are not a beggar asking for favors from fate. You are a sovereign partner, a co-creator with the universe. Your covenant is the blueprint for the reality you choose. Design it wisely and live with it every day. Chapter 9. Sowing Seeds in the Cosmic Field. In the sacred and perfect workings of the universe, there is one immutable law: giving always precedes receiving. This is not a moral philosophy, but a physical principle of energy. Just as a seed must be sown into the earth and completely released before it can sprout into a harvest, the act of giving is the initial step that activates a cycle of prosperity. You cannot reap a harvest from a field where you have never sown a seed. However, the power of this act lies not in the material value of what is given, but in the energy and intention behind it. Giving from a place of true generosity, from a joyful and trusting heart, opens a mighty universal current. Conversely, giving from a place of calculation, from a fear of scarcity, or with an expectation of immediate reward, creates resistance and clogs the very channel you are trying to clear. When you give consciously and without expectation, you create a sacred vacuum in your energy field, and by natural law, that vacuum must be filled often with a greater abundance that comes from sources you never expected. Always remember, whatever you clutch in fear can never multiply. Only when released with trust can wealth join the cosmic dance of circulation and increase. Gideon was the keeper of an ancient apple orchard. The orchard had been in his family for generations, but in recent years its yield had steadily declined. The trees looked tired and the apples were small and stunted. Fear had crept into Gideon's heart. He began to hoard the best apples for himself, selling only the mediocre ones. He didn't dare prune the old branches, fearing he would waste limbs that might still bear fruit. He refused to share good cuttings with the villagers, afraid they would create competition. His energy of clinging and contraction was mirrored in the orchard itself. The soil grew barren because it received nothing back. The trees became overgrown, tangled, and lifeless. By trying to keep everything, Gideon was slowly losing it all. One autumn afternoon, after a particularly disastrous harvest, a woman and her young child passed by. They looked weary and hungry. The woman hesitantly asked for an apple. Gideon's first instinct was to refuse to keep the last few good apples for himself. But as he looked into the child's clear eyes, a wave of compassion broke through the wall of his fear. He did not just give them one apple. He went inside, took out the basket of his best apples that he had been hoarding, and gave it all to them. He did it not out of calculation, but from a pure impulse of generosity. That act, that single seed, changed everything. The next day, the woman's husband, a renowned soil expert, who was on his way to meet his family, sought out the orchard. Having learned of Gideon's kindness, he offered to inspect the orchard for free. He taught Gideon about the importance of feeding the soil with fallen leaves, and about the necessity of aggressive pruning, the act of giving away old branches to make room for strong new growth. Gideon had learned the lesson of giving. He began to give away his best apples. He shared his best cuttings. He returned to the earth what he had taken from it, and the orchard responded. The next year's harvest was more bountiful than any in his living memory. By sowing seeds of generosity and trust, he had allowed his orchard to join the universe's cycle of circulation. The sacred vacuum he created when he gave away the basket of apples was filled by the universe with knowledge and a prosperity far beyond what he could have imagined. This law has an even more subtle dimension. The energy behind the act of giving determines the quality of what you receive. Clara was a candle maker. She had two product lines. One was a common wax candle for the market. The other was a more premium candle made from beeswax and precious floral oils, which she used only as an offering at the temple altar, hoping to receive blessings and good fortune. But her business still struggled. The market candles sold slowly. People complained they were too expensive. Her act of giving at the temple was, in reality, a transaction. Her intention was, I give this so that I may receive good fortune. It was born from a place of lack, and therefore its energy was limited. The flow was blocked. Then one day the temple was preparing for the midwinter festival, a celebration of light on the longest night of the year. They needed a great number of candles, not for the altar, but to be given to the townspeople, especially the poor, to hold during the procession of light. They approached Clara. For the first time, she was invited to give not to a stone altar, but to the warm hands of her community. A great shift occurred within her. She decided to use all of her most precious beeswax and oils, the very ingredients she had always hoarded for offerings, to make the festival candles. Her intention changed completely. She worked day and night, not with calculation, but with a pure joy. She thought of the light her candles would bring, of the smiles on the children's faces. Her act of giving was no longer a transaction. It had become a contribution, an act of merging with the collective flow of joy. On the night of the festival, the entire square glowed with the gentle light and sweet fragrance of hundreds of her candles. The energy was magical. The people were deeply moved. They didn't just see candlelight, they felt Clara's love and generosity within it. After that night, her world changed. People flocked to her stall, no longer haggling, wanting to buy those very festival candles to bring that special energy into their homes. A wealthy merchant placed an order to supply his entire estate with her candles for a year. By shifting her intention from calculated exchange to joyful circulation, Clara had aligned herself with the rhythm of the universe. She had stopped trying to bargain with the river and instead became the river itself, and all its richness flowed freely through her. Practice the weekly sowing ritual. This practice is not just about money. It is the practice of conscious giving to keep your energy channel wide open. Choose your seed. Once a week, choose one seed to sow in the cosmic field. This seed can be material, a small sum of money to someone in need, a meal, an item you no longer use but that is useful to someone else. Time/skill. An hour of volunteering, helping a neighbor without asking for anything in return, sharing one of your skills for free. Energy. A sincere compliment, a handwritten letter of gratitude, a prayer for someone's well-being. Purify your intention before giving. Hold the seed in your hands or visualize it in your mind. Take a deep breath and cleanse any intention of wanting something in return. Say silently, I give this freely and joyfully. I sow this seed as a contribution to the universe's abundant flow. I trust in the harvest. Sow and let go. Perform your act of giving. Immediately afterward, consciously let go of any thought of how it will return to you. Do not check or expect. Your job is to sow the seed. The universe's job is to tend the harvest. Acknowledge at the end of the week. Take 1 minute to acknowledge the unexpected good things that came to you, no matter how small. This helps reinforce your faith in the law of flow. You are a gardener in the vast garden of the universe. Be brave and sow your most beautiful seeds. Do not be afraid. This field is infinitely fertile, and a harvest of joy and abundance awaits you. Chapter 10. The Heart's Compass. Our rational mind is a magnificent tool. It analyzes, reasons, and processes data from the material world. However, it has an inherent limitation. It can only see what has already manifested, the shadows of formed reality. Meanwhile, true prosperity and opportunity originate in a subtler energetic realm, an invisible current of potential that is preparing to take form. This current cannot be calculated by logic. It can only be sensed beforehand through the whispers of intuition. Distinguishing the voice of intuition from the screams of fear is one of the most critical skills on the awakening journey. Fear always brings a feeling of tension, pressure, contraction, and an urge for immediate action. True intuition, in contrast, arrives as a quiet knowing from deep within. It is not loud. It is accompanied by a sense of peace and expansion, no matter how chaotic the external circumstances may be. The ability to sense this invisible current is not a rare gift reserved for a select few. It is a dormant sense within each of us, a heart's compass, and it can absolutely be honed through intentional practice and trust. Sustainable wealth always follows these invisible rhythms, and to attain it, you must learn to trust that compass more than the map of reason. Liam was a master shipwright renowned throughout the region for his precision and strict adherence to technical drawings. He believed in numbers, logic, and proven principles. He was commissioned by a wealthy merchant guild to build a ship quickly for a promising new trade route. Based on all the nautical charts, calculations of water resistance, and his own experience, Liam's rational mind produced a clear design. It was a safe design, one that had succeeded before. But as he began his work, a quiet urging, a persistent whisper from within, kept telling him that the keel needed a different shape, a curve he had never tried before that seemed illogical. At the same time, another voice, the voice of fear, screamed in his head, "Don't change it. You'll ruin your reputation. You'll lose the contract. Stick to what you know." Liam was torn. The voice of fear made him tense, his heart race an uncomfortable feeling of contraction. The voice of reason offered solid evidence-based arguments, but the whisper of intuition was incredibly quiet. The thought of following it, though full of uncertainty, brought a strange sense of peace and rightness. After a sleepless night, he made his decision. He sat in his shipyard at dawn and simply felt. He visualized building the ship according to the logical design. It gave him a feeling of safety, but also of being stifled. Then he visualized building it with the strange, intuitive curve. A deep sense of peace spread throughout his body. He decided to trust that feeling, the heart's compass, even though he could not explain it with words. He built the ship with the new design. When it was launched, it glided across the water with astonishing speed and stability. It navigated the complex currents of the new trade route with an ease that ships of the old design could not manage. It turned out that the route had an invisible rhythm that no chart could capture and that only a master's intuition could feel. Liam's greatest success came not from what he knew, but from his courage to listen to the quiet, peaceful whisper from within. But how do we hone this compass? And what is the role of the mystical tools people often use? Anya was a young gem merchant following in her family's footsteps. Her father was a master who could seemingly just look at a rough stone and know if it hid a perfect gem. Anya was different. She relied on books, magnifying glasses, and density charts. She tried to find a logical system for success, but she frequently made mistakes. She found a guiding stone, a type of pendulum said to vibrate when near valuable gems. She began to depend on it, spending hours watching it swing, trying to decode its movements. The results were still erratic. She was placing her faith in the tool instead of in herself. Seeing his daughter's frustration, her father took the guiding stone away and said, "The tool has no power. It only amplifies what is already within you. Now learn to listen without it." He began to train her. He asked her to close her eyes and simply hold different stones in her hand. He didn't ask what she thought, but what she felt. Does this stone feel warm or cold, heavy or light, peaceful or agitated? At first, Anya felt no difference, but with persistent daily practice, her sensitivity gradually increased. She began to notice subtle energetic vibrations. She learned to distinguish the clear vibration of a quality stone from the static of a flawed one. Months later, at a large gem market, a vendor offered a very ordinary-looking stone at a high price. All logical signs were ambiguous. Out of habit, Anya thought of reaching for her tool, but then she stopped. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and simply rested her hand lightly on the stone. She felt it a clear, peaceful, and powerful vibration. A definite knowing filled her. Trusting that feeling completely, she bought the stone. When it was cut inside was an amethyst crystal of near-perfect quality and color worth 10 times what she had paid. She no longer needed the guiding stone, for she realized that she was the most sacred guiding instrument. Practice honing the heart's compass. This exercise helps you train your ability to distinguish and trust your subtle, intuitive signals. You will need a standard deck of playing cards or identical slips of paper with black and red written on them. Set the space, sit quietly, placing the shuffled deck face down in front of you. Take a few deep breaths to quiet your rational mind. Set the intention. Set an intention for this practice. I am practicing listening to and feeling my heart's compass. My goal is not to be right, but to feel. Feel hot and cold. Place your hand over the top card without turning it over. Do not try to guess. Instead, ask your body and heart, is this card red or black? Pay attention to the very first sensation that arises. A yes, feeling expansive, warm, pleasant, or a gentle pull could be the signal for the color you choose. E.g., you decide this is your signal for red. A no feeling contracting cold. A hesitation or a sense of emptiness could be the signal for the other color, black. Flip and acknowledge. After you get a sense, turn the card over. Important. Regardless of whether you were right or wrong, the key is to acknowledge your feeling just before you flip the card. What did the feeling of knowing it was right feel like compared to the feeling of a guess? Get familiar with the sensation of an intuitive hit. Practice without judgment. Repeat this process with 5-10 cards each day. Do not get discouraged if you are wrong often. The purpose is to hone your sensitivity to the feelings, not to become a fortune teller. The more you practice, the easier it will become to distinguish the whisper of intuition from the noise of the mind. You are learning to navigate with a guidance system far superior to any map. Be patient, be trusting, and listen. Your heart's compass will never point you in the wrong direction. Chapter 11. The Architect of Your Inner World. Imagine your consciousness as an architectural structure. Its foundation is built from your deepest beliefs. Its walls are erected from your assumptions about the world. And its ceiling is the very limit of the expectations you allow yourself to have. This invisible structure, your inner house, is the determining factor in whether or not prosperity can flow easily into your life. The current of abundance, like air and light, needs space to circulate. A state of chronic lack corresponds to a cramped mental architecture with narrow corridors of possibility and blocked entryways to the rooms of receiving. Conversely, an abundance consciousness is characterized by expansive inner spaces, soaring domes of expectation, and unobstructed energy channels for plenty to flow freely. The good news is you are not a prisoner in this house. You are the architect. Just as arranging a physical space according to the principles of sacred geometry can change the flow of energy, you have the full power to intentionally survey, demolish, and redesign the blueprint of your consciousness, and in doing so, dramatically alter your financial reality. Valerius was a bridge builder. He was known for his small, sturdy, and useful bridges that crossed shallow streams. His work was good, but never great. His life was the same, stable, but never prosperous. His inner architecture was a direct replica of the bridges he built. His foundation of belief was shallow. One should only build what is certain and within reach. His walls of assumption were thick and limiting. Great rivers are too dangerous. No one will pay for a large bridge. I could never get enough materials, and his ceiling of expectation was so low it nearly touched his head. He only hoped to have enough work to get by. He lived in a cramped and stifling mental shack. Then one day the king issued a decree. The kingdom needed a great bridge to span the great river and connect the two halves of the country, a project of the century that would bring fame and fortune to its creator. Instantly, Valerius's mental shack spoke up, "Impossible, that is far beyond your reach." That evening, a wise scholar passing through asked to stay the night. Seeing the hidden talent in Valerius, the scholar said nothing of engineering. Instead, he drew a picture in the dirt, a tiny shack surrounded by a vast, endless landscape. "This is where you live," the scholar said, "but this is your true land." For the first time, Valerius saw his own prison. He realized the cramped shack had been built from an outdated blueprint of fear. He wasn't a tenant, he was the architect who had confined himself. That realization was the first hammer blow that shattered the chains. For the following weeks, Valerius didn't touch a single stone. He spent all his time redesigning his inner house. He demolished the old foundation by asking, "Why can't I build great bridges?" He shattered the walls of assumption. "If I can find a way, someone will pay for it." He tore down the low ceiling of expectation and replaced it with a soaring dome of infinite possibility. In his mind, he transformed his shack into a cathedral. With this new, vast inner architecture, he went before the king's council. He was no longer a builder of small stream crossings. He was a creator, a visionary. His confident energy and innovative designs, born from a liberated mind, convinced them. He won the contract. The bridge he built became a marvel, a symbol of unity. Valerius understood that before he could build the great bridge across the river, he first had to build a sturdy bridge from his small, narrow self to his great, infinite self. Our inner architecture not only limits what we dare to do, but it also shapes how we experience life. We can actively apply the principles of harmony and flow to redesign it. Elara was a designer of garden mazes for the nobility. Her mazes were clever, but they were created from an energy of fear and confusion. They were filled with dead ends, narrow paths, and bewildering turns intended to trap and challenge those who entered. Her financial life was exactly the same, full of the dead ends of debt confusion, about income and expenses, and a constant feeling of being trapped. One day she received a commission from a wise duchess. The duchess did not want a maze to trap people. She wanted a sacred labyrinth for walking and meditation. "I want a single path to the center," she said. "I want flow, not blockage." This request confused Elara. Her entire design philosophy was based on creating blockages. She didn't know how to design for flow. The duchess then gave her a simple drawing of a classical labyrinth, a single winding path that always, without fail, leads one to the center. It was a symbol of trust, of flow, and of harmony. Elara realized that for years she had been designing both her work and her life based on the geometry of fear. She decided to use the principle of the sacred labyrinth to redesign her own inner architecture. First, she demolished the dead-end beliefs: "There will never be enough money. I will always be trapped in debt." Then she designed a new path, a new principle for her consciousness. "My path always leads to abundance. Every current, no matter how winding, ultimately brings me to the center of prosperity." She designed a breathtakingly beautiful labyrinth for the duchess, a masterpiece of flowing curves and harmony. More importantly, she began to live by this new inner geometry. When a bill arrived, a potential dead end, instead of panicking, she would close her eyes and visualize herself walking her sacred path, trusting that it would lead her to a solution. This energy of peace and trust opened new doors. Her work flourished. She had rebuilt her inner world from a prison maze into a cathedral of flow, and the outer world had no choice but to reflect that beauty and harmony. Practice surveying and redesigning your inner house. Find a quiet place, close your eyes, and take a tour of the house of your current financial consciousness. Survey. Imagine you are standing in front of this house. What does it look like? Is it a small shack, a cold fortress, or a dark, cluttered home? Step inside. What is its foundation made of, e.g., a foundation of unworthiness or money is evil? What is written on its walls, e.g., walls of I can't or it's too late? Is its ceiling high or low? Does it allow you to reach up, or is it pressing down on you? Are its doors and windows open or closed? Do you receive easily or not? Demolish. Choose one structure you most want to change. It could be a wall of doubt or a locked door of receiving. Imagine you are using a golden hammer of intention and shattering it. Feel the release as the limiting structure crumbles. Redesign and build. In the newly freed space, begin to build a new structure. Instead of a wall, build a large picture window looking out onto a field of opportunity. Instead of a locked door, erect a magnificent welcoming gate. Instead of a low ceiling, raise it into a soaring dome. Use the materials of belief, worthiness, and gratitude. Inhabit. After you have finished building, spend a few minutes living in your new inner house. Feel the spaciousness, the bright light, and the fresh air of abundance. Let this feeling become your new natural state. You are the architect. Your inner world is your domain. Have the courage to demolish what no longer serves you and begin building a cathedral worthy of the magnificence of your soul. Chapter 12. Passing through the veil. In the world of reason, we are taught that there is a clear-cut division: the tangible physical world and the intangible spiritual world. But in the deeper reality of the universe, that separation is an illusion. They are two sides of the same reality, like two dancers in an eternal ballet, constantly flowing and interacting with one another. Realizing this unity is the key to mastering the art of manifestation, the art of bringing what is in the unseen realm into the visible world. Every physical circumstance in your life, from the money in your pocket and the house you live in to the opportunities that appear first, exists as an energetic blueprint in the subtle realm. Building wealth is not a chase for material things, but the art of consciously participating in this entire process, from its inception as an energy pattern to its crystallization into form. When you understand this, you begin to interact with wealth at the level of cause, not at the level of effect, and you have the full capacity to sense and adjust those energetic patterns, just as a master artist can see the statue hidden within the block of marble. Linnea was a weaver of tapestries. Her skill was masterful, but her work was precarious. She had always seen her job as a purely physical chain of actions. She took thread-expended labor and created a rug. Money was a reward that came only at the very end, completely separate from the creative process. This perspective made her work a burden, and she felt she was merely a craftswoman detached from the magic of prosperity. She received the largest commission of her career, a tapestry to adorn the great hall of a newly founded merchant guild. She focused entirely on the tangible elements, sourcing the best wool, calculating the time, worrying about the deadline. The stress exhausted her. One night she fell asleep right at her loom. In a remarkably vivid dream, she saw that she was no longer weaving with wool, but with threads of light. Suspended before her was a brilliant image, a vibrating, energetic blueprint of the very tapestry she was making. It was already perfect, already existing. Her task in the dream was simply to use her threads of light to grasp and anchor that energetic pattern into physical form. She awoke with a start, her heart pounding. A great truth had just been revealed to her. Her real work was not just physical labor. She was a conduit, a bridge connecting the world of ideas and the world of matter. The tapestry already existed in the energy realm. Her job was to love it and invite it through the veil into this world. From that day on, Linnea worked with a completely different mindset. Before beginning, she would spend a few minutes in silence, closing her eyes and connecting with the soul of the tapestry, feeling its beauty and its energy. The work was no longer a burden, but a dance of co-creation. The tapestry she created was not just technically beautiful, it seemed to have a life of its own, radiating a warm and majestic energy. When the guildmasters came to collect it, they were stunned. They not only paid her double the agreed-upon price, but they also named her their head artisan, responsible for all the guild's artistic commissions. Linnea had learned that by participating in the entire flow of creation, from the unseen to the seen, the material reward was simply a natural and inevitable result. So how do we, in our daily lives, train our ability to perceive and interact with this world of energy? We can learn to thin the veil that separates them. Kyle was a talented potter. He loved the pots he made, but he often felt a sense of loss when he had to sell them for a few metal coins. He was interacting with the shadow of the exchange, not its energetic essence. His energy of regret and attachment created a heaviness around his stall, which customers could also sense. One day, an old woman with eyes as clear as an autumn lake said to him, "Don't sell pots. exchange the energy you have placed within them, and learn to receive the energy of gratitude in return. That advice sparked an idea. He decided to create a simple ritual to train his perception. He chose the very threshold of his workshop to be a symbolic veil. Every morning as he stepped out of his workshop to go to the market, he would pause at the threshold for a second. He would place his hand on his heart and say silently, "Today I am a conduit. I pass through this veil to give the energy of creativity and beauty." Every evening upon returning to his workshop, he would pause at the threshold again. He would hold the day's earnings in his palm. He no longer saw them as metal, but closed his eyes to feel the energy of gratitude and appreciation from his customers held within them. He would say, "I pass through this veil to receive the energy of abundance and gratitude that has returned to me." This simple daily ritual changed everything. He no longer felt loss when he sold a piece. He felt the joy of a successful energetic exchange. He saw the coins as crystallized gratitude. His harmonious and open energy made his stall incredibly attractive. People came not just to buy pottery, but to be near that source of peaceful energy. His revenue soared. Kale had learned to pass through the veil at will, living and acting in both realms simultaneously and easily, drawing prosperity from the unseen world into his visible reality. Practice the energy doorway ritual. This exercise helps you train your ability to perceive the unity of the physical and energetic worlds in your daily activities. Choose your doorway. Select a door you pass through frequently each day in your home, e.g., the front door, your office door. Consciously designate it as your energy doorway or your veil. Set an exiting intention. Every time you are about to walk through this door, to go out to work, to the store, etc., pause for a moment, take a deep breath, set a clear intention for the energy you wish to give. For example, as I step through this door, I am a source of creativity and solutions, or I bring the energy of peace and kindness into the world. Then step through, set an entering intention. Every time you return and are about to step through that door to come inside, pause again. This time, set an intention to receive. Think about what you have received during the day, whether it was money, a compliment, a good idea, or simply the air you breathe. Say silently, "As I step through this door, I am open to receive all the abundance, support, and gratitude the universe has sent me." Feel that energy entering with you. Repeat with awareness. Practice this simple ritual every day. The purpose is not to create an instant miracle, but to train your mind. Each time you practice, you are thinning the illusory veil, affirming that you are a being of both worlds, capable of turning energetic patterns into physical reality. You are a bridge connecting earth and sky, the seen and the unseen. Walk upon that bridge with the confidence of one who knows they have the power to bring the most beautiful dreams from the world of ideas into the world of form. Chapter 13. The Eternal Point of Power. In the universe, there is no point of creation other than the now moment. Wealth, joy, and every manifestation you desire are not born in the past or constructed in the future. They are invited and crystallized in the timeless realm of the eternal present moment. Every time you drift into regret about the past or anxiety about the future, you are stepping out of the only point of creative power you possess. You are distorting the flow of energy and unwittingly hindering the natural manifestation of good things. Clinging to specific timelines, "I must achieve this by the end of the year, this opportunity must arrive next month," creates an invisible energetic resistance. Your impatience is a declaration to the universe that you do not truly trust its perfect orchestration. True manifestational power lies in a subtle art, holding the vision of what you desire with clarity while completely surrendering and entrusting the when and the how to a higher intelligence. Hold the intention tightly, but hold the timeline loosely. For the greatest prosperity often arrives not on a human schedule, but at a sacred timing when all elements have been perfectly arranged by the universe. Isabella was a winemaker. She inherited a vineyard and a burning ambition to create a legendary wine to win the most prestigious prize at the annual Harvest Festival, an event just 3 months away. She became obsessed with that timeline. Her personal schedule became a command. She forced the vines to grow faster with too much water. She tried to accelerate the fermentation process with high temperatures. Every day she tasted the wine with a heart full of anxiety and impatience. Her worry for the future had pulled her completely out of the present moment of creation, and the wine, like a sensitive living being, absorbed all of that stressed energy. It became acidic, unbalanced, and had the taste of haste. Her effort to control the when was destroying the what. A week before the festival, in despair, she admitted defeat. Her wine was a disaster. She let go. She stopped trying to control it. She moved the ruined barrels into the coldest, darkest corner of her cellar, planning to deal with them later, and completely forgot about them. She did not attend the festival. For the next year, she did something unusual. She was simply present with her vineyard. She listened to the wind rustle through the leaves, felt the moisture of the soil, and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. She fell in love again with the process of winemaking itself, not its outcome. She had completely surrendered her timeline. A year later, a duke's carriage broke down near her vineyard. While waiting for repairs, he asked if he might taste her wine. Suddenly remembering the failed barrels from the previous year, she decided to open one, fully expecting it had turned to vinegar. But it hadn't. A miracle had occurred. Left in peace in the darkness, free to develop at its own rhythm, completely surrendered from her control, the wine had transformed itself. The harsh acidity had mellowed into a complex and profound depth of flavor. It was a masterpiece. The Duke, a renowned connoisseur, was stunned. He declared it the finest wine he had ever tasted, bought the entire stock for an incredible price, and made Isabella's reputation legendary overnight. The legendary wine did manifest, but not on her hurried schedule. It arrived at the universe's sacred timing only after she had completely surrendered. The secret to mastering the present moment runs even deeper. It allows us to break the illusion of linear time and miraculously accelerate manifestation. Elias was a clockmaker. He was obsessed with linear time, with the relentless ticking of seconds, minutes, and hours. His life was governed by precision and sequence. He had a grand vision for a clock of unprecedented complexity, but he always felt he didn't have enough time. He saw the vision of success in the distant future, viewed his present reality with a sense of lack, and looked back on his past with regret for his mistakes. His creative energy was fragmented and scattered across the timeline, never fully concentrated in the point of power of the present. Because of this, the complex machine he was building constantly malfunctioned. One day, while staring in despair at the tangled gears, he had a transcendent experience. The ticking of the dozens of clocks in his workshop seemed to merge into one, a continuous, eternal hum. In a moment of revelation, he no longer saw time as a line. He felt it as a single point, an eternal now moment containing all other points. He felt the joy of having already completed the clock, the future, right now. He felt the wisdom from his past mistakes as a resource in the present, not a burden. He realized his vision wasn't over there in the future. Its energy and reality were fully accessible in this moment. He began to work in a completely different way. He worked from the state of already being the master craftsman who had completed his masterpiece. He held the feeling of future success in his present awareness. His creative power became extraordinarily focused. Complex problems solved themselves. The right parts seemed to find their way into his hands. He completed the clock in an unbelievably short amount of time. By learning to collapse time into a single point of power, he had stepped out of its sequential flow and manifested his vision with miraculous speed. Practice experiencing already done in the now. This exercise helps you focus your creative power in the present moment, By merging the energy of the future into your awareness right now, set a clear intention. Choose a specific goal you wish to manifest, e.g., having a specific amount of money, receiving a dream job, completing a project. Write it down. Travel to the future. Close your eyes and imagine you have already achieved that goal. Not that you will achieve it, but that it is done. See through the eyes of that future version of yourself. Where are you? What are you doing? Who is with you? Feel it in the now. Most importantly, feel the emotions of that success in your body right now. Is it relief, joy, gratitude, pride, or peace? Let those feelings spread throughout your body. Truly live in that feeling for a few minutes. Ask and act. While still in that emotional state, ask yourself a simple question. From this place, from this state of fullness, what is one small action I am inspired to take right now? It might be a very different action than what your rational mind would normally suggest. It could be sending a letter, making a call, clearing your desk, or simply taking a walk in nature. Take that action. Perform that small, inspired action without attachment to the result. You are acting not from a place of lack in order to get the goal, but from a place of fullness because you are already that person. Practice this often. You are learning to break the chains of linear time and step into the eternal point of power of the present moment where all miracles are possible. Chapter 14. The Body, Your Antenna for Abundance. In a valley hidden behind towering mountains lived a weaver named Elara. Her tapestries were not mere textiles. They were dreams woven from thread. She could weave the sunset into a strand of wool or the whisper of the wind through shimmering linen. In her mind, Elara visualized caravans of nobles finding their way to her small workshop, shimmering gold coins being exchanged for her art. She repeated affirmations of wealth, believing the power of her thoughts would soon manifest into reality. But her reality was a completely different picture. Her back was hunched over the loom, her shoulders clenched in anxiety. With each passing day that brought no customers, her body grew more tense. The muscles in her neck and shoulders were like knotted ropes, and her breath was shallow and rushed. Elara believed she was broadcasting a signal of prosperity, but her body was silently screaming of lack and fear. It contracted as if to protect itself from a harsh winter to come, even as her mind tried to dream of an endless summer. She didn't realize that the very physical cage she was trapping herself in was the greatest barrier blocking the abundant flow she so deeply desired. Her body, instead of being a tall antenna ready to receive, had become a stone wall warding off all blessings. One day, an old pilgrim woman with eyes as clear as a still lake stopped to ask for a drink of water. She didn't look at the magnificent tapestries, but at Elara. "Child," she said softly, "your most beautiful tapestry is not on the loom. It is the one you are weaving with your own body, and its threads are tangled." She did not teach Elara about business or new mantras. Instead, she showed her how to stand, how to root her feet into the earth like an ancient oak, how to lengthen her spine toward the sky, opening her chest as if to embrace the whole world. She taught her to breathe deeply, allowing the air to fill every corner of her body, dissolving the knots of tension. Every morning before touching her loom, Elara practiced these simple movements. She stretched her shoulders, twisted her torso, and felt the life flowing through her veins. She was no longer just thinking of abundance. She was feeling it in her every muscle, her every cell. Her body transformed from a clenched fortress into an open temple. And then a miracle happened. A noble lady whose carriage had broken down nearby stepped into her workshop. She was drawn not only by the tapestries, but by an energy radiating from Elara herself, a sense of peace, confidence, and openness. The lady placed an order so large it could keep Elara prosperous for years. Elara suddenly understood her thoughts had planted the seed, but it was the act of freeing her body that had watered it and allowed it to sprout. The story of Kael, a brilliant scholar living in a dust-covered tower, echoes the same truth. Kyle spent his life studying ancient texts on the law of attraction and the flow of the universe. Intellectually, he understood it all. He could quote 100 philosophers on how the mind creates reality, yet he lived in poverty on simple food, with a body that was thin and frail. He spent all day sitting immobile, hunched over old leather-bound books, his body as forgotten as an old suit of clothes. Kyle believed that if he just refined his thoughts, wealth would find its way to him. But he didn't know that his motionless, constricted body was constantly sending a message far more powerful than any thought, a message of stagnation, contraction, and a lack of vitality. Energy cannot flow into a sealed container. His wisdom was a priceless treasure map, but he lacked a seaworthy vessel, his own body, to begin the journey. The transformation only came when he found a strange scroll, one that contained no lofty philosophy, but described a series of physical postures and slow movements. They were called the Keys of Embodiment. At first, Kyle scoffed at them, considering them trivial compared to the greatness of thought. But out of desperation, he tried. The first few days were difficult. His joints creaked, his muscles protested, but he persisted. Gradually, as he practiced these sacred postures, Kyle felt a profound shift that went beyond his body. A warm current began to flow up his spine. His breath grew deeper and his mind became clearer than ever before. He wasn't just knowing about energy, he was becoming energy. This new confidence, one born from his bones and not from books, inspired him to do something he never dared before, to boldly present his findings to a wealthy patron. When he stood before the benefactor, Kyle was no longer a frail, stooping scholar. He stood tall, his voice resonated with certainty, and his presence filled the room. The patron was impressed not just by his knowledge, but by the man himself. He was funded generously, not for what he knew, but for what he had become. He had learned that knowledge must be embodied to become power. The law of embodiment. The universe doesn't just listen to your thoughts, it feels your state of being. Your physical body is a resonator, an antenna of flesh and bone, constantly broadcasting the frequency of your reality. When the body is locked in a state of stress, contraction, and survival, it broadcasts the frequency of lack. No amount of positive thinking can completely override the roar of a nervous system in fight or flight mode. Prosperity, by its very nature, is a state of flow, expansion, and receptivity. To attract it, your body must become an open conduit, not a clogged dam. True transformation does not happen at the intellectual level. It happens when a truth is absorbed into cellular memory, inscribed into the nervous system through physical practice. This is the difference between reading a recipe and actually tasting a delicious meal. Sacred postures, breaths, and movements are not random exercises. They are a form of subtle technology designed to rewire your body. They act like switches, activating dormant energy circuits and neural pathways, retuning your entire system to naturally resonate with the frequency of abundance, health, and joy. You must become prosperity in every cell before you can see it in your world. Practice activating your body antenna. This practice helps you shift your awareness from your mind to your body, release blockages, and turn your body into a powerful magnet for abundance. Body energy scan. Stand or sit in a quiet place. Close your eyes and turn your attention inward. Begin at your toes and slowly move up to the crown of your head. Don't judge. Just observe. Where do you feel tension? In your jaw, your shoulders, your stomach, or your lower back? Where does it feel tight or cold? Acknowledge these areas with gratitude, for they are showing you where energy is blocked. The releasing breath place. A hand on the area where you feel the most tension. Inhale deeply through your nose, imagining your breath is a warm, golden light flowing directly to that area. As you exhale through your mouth, make a gentle ha sound and imagine all the tension and rigidity melting and leaving your body with your breath. Repeat at least 7 times. The expansion posture. Stand tall, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent. Feel your firm connection to the ground. Gently extend your arms out to your sides, palms facing up in a gesture of receiving. Lift your chin slightly, opening your chest. Hold this posture for 1 minute. Feel the difference. This is the physical posture of yes. It tells the universe that you are ready and open to receive. Cellular integration. While holding the expansion posture, gently speak aloud or in your mind. My body is a temple of prosperity. Every cell within me is vibrating with the frequency of abundance. I am open to receive all good things. Don't just say the words. Try to feel their truth in your body. Feel the warmth, the expansion, the vibration. Hold that feeling for as long as you can. Practice this small ritual daily, especially when you feel anxious or stuck. You are retraining your body to be your most powerful ally on your journey of manifestation. You are turning it from a cage into a key. Chapter 15. The Inner Library and the Chambers of Prosperity. In a bustling port city lived a mapmaker named Finian. He could sketch distant coastlines from the mere descriptions of sailors and could draw mountain ranges he had never set foot upon with astonishing accuracy. The outer world was an open book to him, but his inner world was a blank, chaotic page. His mind, as he perceived it, was a single, cluttered and cramped room filled with worries about debts, unsold maps, and the sound of wind whistling through a shabby window frame. Finian tried to tidy this single room. He tried to organize his thoughts, forcing them toward wealth and success. But just like trying to stuff all the furniture of a castle into a single attic, his efforts only created more chaos and exhaustion. He drew maps of rich lands for wealthy merchants, yet felt he would never have a ticket to go there himself. He stood outside the Castle of Abundance, able only to sketch its walls, never knowing how to open the gate. One afternoon, a blind sage who had the ability to see things that ordinary eyes could not sat down beside the despairing Finian. He did not ask about Finian's work, but about his inner world. "O great mapmaker," the sage said, his voice deep and resonant. "You have mapped the entire world, but you have never begun to sketch the map of yourself. Your mind is not a single room, but an ancient library with countless chambers, each holding a different kind of wisdom." The sage taught Finian something simple. Purposeful focus is the master key. He guided Finian to close his eyes, not to clean up the chaotic room, but to find another door on its wall. Finian, with intense intention, visualized an oaken door he had never seen before. He used his key of intention, focusing on the feeling of worthiness, and the door opened. Inside was not chaos, but a great hall filled with a soft, golden light. There was no furniture, only a pervasive feeling, a sense of peace, and a deep confidence that he was inherently completely worthy. He had entered the chamber of worthiness. Every day he spent a few minutes being in that room, doing nothing, just breathing its atmosphere. Gradually that feeling permeated him out. His posture became straighter, his voice more certain. When a wealthy sea captain came to commission a map of an unknown land, Finian for the first time named a price that reflected his true artistic value, a price he would never have dared to imagine before, and the captain agreed instantly. Finian hadn't changed his thoughts, he had changed the room from which he was thinking. In another land, the story of Isolde, the master of a craft guild, also shows the power of exploring these inner chambers. Her guild was successful, but it had not grown in years. Everything was stable, safe, and predictable. Isolde felt she was in a well-lit, comfortable, and tidy room, but she knew there was a whole world beyond its walls. She just didn't know how to find the way out. She worked harder, controlled costs more tightly, but the guild remained stagnant. She was trying to create breakthrough growth using the tools of linear management. She was stuck in the chamber of safe practicality. One day, following the advice of a mystic traveler, she decided to try a different method. Instead of thinking, she meditated. She set an intention. I want to find a vision beyond what I already know. In a state of stillness, she imagined herself leaving her familiar room and walking down a long corridor of her inner library. She passed many doors until she found one made of shimmering crystal. As she entered, she was overwhelmed. It was not a room, but an observatory on a mountaintop with a glass dome revealing a night sky full of sparkling stars and moving galaxies. Each star was a possibility, each nebula an idea. She had entered the chamber of exponential vision. There, she didn't think about the next quarter's profits. She saw new trade networks, collaborations between different guilds, and hybrid products combining crafts that no one had ever considered. When she returned to her waking reality, Isolde was no longer a manager who only looked at ledgers. She had become a visionary. She began to implement the bold ideas she had seen in her chamber. Her guild didn't just grow, it exploded, creating prosperity for all its members in unimaginable ways. She had learned that to solve a problem, sometimes you don't need a new answer. You need a new room to think in. The law of conscious dimensions. Your consciousness is not a single entity. It is a multi-dimensional structure, a network of energetic spaces, much like a great library containing all types of wisdom. Your daily thoughts and worries are merely the noise in the main reading room, but hidden deep within are specialized chambers containing the keys to different aspects of holistic wealth. There is a chamber of unconditional worthiness, where you can bathe in the truth that you don't have to do anything to be valuable. There is a chamber of infinite receiving, where the energy of allowing flows, freely dissolving all limiting beliefs about what you can receive. There is a chamber of expansive vision, where you can escape linear thinking and see limitless potential. You already possess the key to all these chambers. That key is your purposeful intention and your focus. You do not need to search for it elsewhere. Accessing these inner treasures is a trainable skill, a systematic practice. By intentionally entering and spending time in these inner spaces, you allow their unique energy and wisdom to permeate your energy field, rewiring your nervous system and making these profound resources a natural part of your daily consciousness. Practice a journey into your inner library. This practice will guide you on how to enter your inner library and begin exploring your own chambers of prosperity. Cross the threshold. Find a quiet place. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths to still your mind. Then visualize yourself standing before a large, beautiful door. This is the entrance to your inner library. This door can look however you wish, made of wood, of gold, or of light. Create the key of intention. Now clarify your intention. Which chamber do you wish to visit today? Choose one of the following intentions or create your own. Today, I wish to experience the chamber of unconditional worthiness, or the chamber of infinite receiving, or the chamber of financial peace. Your clear, focused intention is the key. Imagine it forming in your hand. Open the door and enter. Use your key of intention to open the great door. Step into the main hall of the library. Then let your intention guide you. A specific door will draw your attention. Trust your intuition. Approach that door, open it, and step inside. Absorb the atmosphere. Do not try to think or analyze. Simply be in the chamber. Feel its atmosphere. The chamber of worthiness might feel warm and embracing. The chamber of receiving might feel like a cool, fresh breeze. Breathe deeply, and with each breath, allow the energy of this chamber to permeate every cell of your being. Stay here for 5 to 10 minutes. Return with the treasure when you feel ready. Thank this space. Slowly step out of the room, walk down the corridor, and return to the initial threshold. As you open your eyes, bring the feeling of the chamber with you into your waking awareness. That energy is now a part of you. By practicing regularly, you will become familiar with the map of your inner world. You will know exactly which chamber to visit to find the wisdom, strength, and peace needed for any situation in your life. Chapter 16. The Energetic Imprint, Your Soul's Signature. At the end of a cobblestone street, there were two bakeries side by side. One belonged to Silas, a baker of perfect technique. His bread was in theory a work of art. The crust had the perfect crackle, the crumb was soft, with evenly distributed air pockets. He followed every ancestral recipe with precision, down to the last gram of flour, the last second of baking time. But Silas's bakery was strangely quiet. Right next door, Anya's bakery was another world entirely. Her loaves were often rustic, sometimes even a bit misshapen, but from early morning a line of people would form at her door, and the atmosphere inside was always bustling with warmth and laughter. The aroma of Anya's bread seemed to fill not just the street, but the very hearts of those who ate it. Silas became obsessed. He spied on her, trying to discover her secret. Was it a secret flour, a special method of fermentation? But he found nothing technically different. Bitterness and envy began to creep into his mind, and strangely his bread, though still perfect, seemed to grow even colder and more soulless. One morning, exhausted from his fruitless efforts, Silas decided to stop spying and just sit quietly and observe. He saw something he had previously missed. Before touching the dough, Anya didn't weigh or check the temperature. She closed her eyes, placed a hand on her heart, and a peaceful, genuine smile bloomed on her face. She hummed a happy tune as she kneaded each of her movements, not just a technique, but a dance of love. Silas was stunned. Her secret wasn't in the recipe, it was in her. She wasn't just making bread, she was channeling her joy into every fiber of the dough. The next day, with a newfound humility, Silas decided to try something different. Before he began, he didn't think about the recipe. He sat down, closed his eyes, and thought about the small garden behind his house, about the feeling of gratitude he felt seeing the first flowers bloom. He tried to hold on to that warm feeling, letting it flow from his heart down to his hands as he began to knead. For the first time, he wasn't worried about perfection. When the first batch came out of the oven, the loaves weren't as perfectly shaped as before, but they had something else, a warmth, a vitality. A traveler drawn by an unusually pleasant aroma stopped in to buy a loaf. The next day, the man returned. "Your bread yesterday," he said. "I don't know how to explain it, but it made me feel like I had come home." Silas understood. People didn't buy his technique, they bought the energy he infused. He had discovered his own energetic imprint, quiet gratitude. The story of Lyra, a lute player, echoes this truth in another field. Lyra was a master of technique. She could play the most complex pieces with a speed and precision that astonished everyone. Nobles hired her to perform at their lavish parties, and the applause was always thunderous. But Lyra felt a profound emptiness. Her music, though impressive, rarely touched the hearts of her listeners. It was a performance of the intellect, not a sharing of the soul. She sought out a reclusive master, hoping to learn a new technique, a secret to infusing emotion into her music. But the master taught her no melodies. Instead, he asked, "When you are in your most authentic state, what is your core quality? A fiery passion, a wistful melancholy, or a lake-like serenity?" Lyra reflected and realized that her deepest essence was a quiet, still serenity. The master nodded. "Then that is your imprint. Before you play, do not think of the notes. Sit in silence and find that serene lake within you. Let it fill you. Then create a small gesture with your hand, one that only you understand, that means serenity. That is your key of activation. Perform that gesture and let the music flow from that serenity." Lyra followed his advice. At her next performance, before stepping onto the stage, she sat quietly for a few minutes. She found her inner stillness and gently touched her thumb to her middle finger, her secret gesture. When she began to play, a miracle happened. The notes were the same, but they were no longer empty. They had become vessels for her profound serenity. The entire hall fell silent, not in awe of her technique, but captivated by a field of extraordinary peace. For the first time, tears rolled down the cheeks of her listeners. They weren't just hearing music, they were being healed by Lyra's energetic imprint. Her serenity had become her most powerful magnetic force, attracting not just applause, but the resonance of souls, the law of the energetic imprint. The universe is not attracted to what you do, but to who you are at an energetic level. Every soul has a unique vibrational frequency, an inimitable energetic imprint, like a fingerprint of the soul. This is your most primal magnetic power. When you live and contribute from this authentic imprint, you automatically attract the people, opportunities, and resources that perfectly resonate with your essence. Technical perfection can create a product, but it is the infused energy that gives it a soul. People unconsciously always sense this energy. They are not just buying a loaf of bread or a service. They are buying the feeling it gives them: joy, peace, trust. Therefore, what energy you infuse into your work is more important than how skillfully you perform it. You can turn any task, no matter how small, into a sacred ritual of energy infusion. By identifying your core quality and creating a personal ritual to activate it, you ensure that everything you touch, everything you create, is stamped with the most authentic signature of your soul. This imprint creates a powerful field of resonance, inviting prosperity to you naturally and effortlessly. Practice discovering and activating your energetic imprint. This practice helps you identify, own, and intentionally use your unique energetic imprint. Identify your core frequency. Take a moment of quiet reflection. Ask yourself this question: when I feel most myself, at my very best, what is that feeling? Don't overthink it. Let the answer surface naturally. Is it radiant joy, deep peace, solid strength, gentle compassion, flowing creativity? Choose one or two words that best describe that core quality. This is your imprint. Create your sacred seal. Based on the quality you just identified, create a simple, secret physical gesture that is meaningful to you. This is your anchor, your activation switch. For example, if your imprint is peace, your sacred seal might be placing your right hand over your heart. If it is creativity, it might be touching your thumb and index finger together. If it is strength, it might be lightly closing your hand into a fist. Choose a gesture that feels natural and powerful to you. The activation ritual. Before you begin any important task, whether writing a letter, starting your workday, preparing a meal, or entering a meeting, perform this simple 3-step ritual. Step 1. Pause. Take one deep breath. Step 2. Name your imprint in your mind, e.g., peace. Perform your sacred seal. Step 3. Hold the gesture for a few seconds, feeling the energy of that quality rising within you. Then silently set the intention: I now infuse your imprint's name into this work. Contribute from your imprint. Now begin your task. Trust that you have set the energy field. You don't need to constantly think about it. The initial activation has stamped your energy onto everything that follows. You will find that your work is not only more effective, but it will feel more profound and will miraculously attract positive results. Chapter 17. The Mirror of Reality. The Outer World as a Reflection. Valerius was a portrait painter, a man with a natural gift for capturing the outer world. With a few brushstrokes, he could perfectly replicate the twinkle in a duchess's eye or the pensive frown of a general. His hand was a perfect copying machine. Yet his own life was a bleak canvas. A painful repeating pattern plagued him. He would always attract wealthy clients, but then something would always fall apart at the last minute. Either the client would abruptly change their mind, a payment would get lost, or he himself would feel an inexplicable urge to ruin his own work. He looked at the world and saw it full of injustice. He cursed his fickle clients, his taunting luck, and a universe that seemed to be against him. His empty purse in his eyes was undeniable proof of the cruelty of the external world. He was staring at his reflection in a mirror and blaming the mirror for what it showed. One day, while painting the portrait of a wise elderly countess, she observed his despair. She did not offer him money. Instead, she said gently, "Young man, you can replicate what you see with magnificent precision, but you have not realized that your own life is also a canvas, and the outer world is merely a mirror reflecting the image you hold within." She asked him a simple question. When you look at a wealthy person, what is the first feeling that arises in you before your reason has a chance to intervene? Valerius, after a long and honest moment of self-inquiry, had to admit the truth. It was a mix of envy and a deep, subtle sense of unworthiness, a quiet belief that people like him were not born for that kind of elegance and ease. The Countess nodded. "There it is," she said. "Your outer circumstances, the last-minute failures, are a perfect mirror of your inner belief that I don't truly deserve this. The world is simply and politely confirming your deepest belief." In that moment, Valerius's world was turned upside down. He realized he had never been fighting the outer world. He had only been arguing with his own reflection. He stopped blaming and began to work on the original object, his sense of self-worth. Every time the familiar feeling of unworthiness arose, he didn't fight it but gently replaced it by visualizing the feeling of confidence and deservingness. Gradually, as his inner picture changed, the outer mirror had no choice but to follow. A payment thought to be lost was delivered. A client who had canceled suddenly returned with an even larger commission. The mirror had begun to reflect a new image because the person standing before it had changed. In a windswept bay, Brenna, a shipwright, learned the same lesson. Brenna built sturdy fishing boats, but her shipyard was stuck in a cycle of just enough. She earned just enough to pay her workers and buy wood for the next boat, but never enough to expand or truly prosper. Her reality was a constant struggle to stay afloat. She would look out at the vast ocean, a symbol of infinity and wealth, and feel a deep contrast with her small, struggling shipyard. Subconsciously, she believed that life is a struggle and hard work is the price of survival. This belief was the inner blueprint that her outer world was diligently reconstructing for her every single day. Her transformation came not from a teacher, but from observing the tide. She realized that the water does not struggle to rise. It simply responds to the pull of the moon. A flash of insight struck her. The ocean is the universe's infinite potential, and her shipyard is the reflection of her inner moon, her belief in struggle. Her reality was not random. It was a perfect reflection of the life must be a struggle program running within her. Brenna began a new practice. She stopped focusing on the outer struggle. Instead, she used it as a diagnostic tool. Whenever she felt anxious about money, she would tell herself, this feeling of lack is the reflection of the old belief in struggle. Then she would turn her back to the mirror and intentionally connect with the feeling of the vast ocean of infinite and effortless abundance. She began building a larger vessel, a merchant ship, even without a commission. It was an act of faith in her new inner reality, and the universe responded. A group of merchants looking to open a new trade route sought her out, attracted by her reputation for sturdy ships. They needed a larger vessel exactly like the one she was already building. Her outer world was forced to comply and rearrange itself to match the new inner blueprint she had bravely drawn. The law of the mirror. This is one of the most immutable laws of the universe. The outer material world is a mirror, reflecting the state of your inner consciousness with flawless accuracy. It is like a shadow that has no choice but to mimic the shape of the object casting it. When you change the object, your consciousness, beliefs, and feelings, the shadow, your outer circumstances, is required to change accordingly. Every failure, obstacle, or repeating pattern of lack in your financial life is not a punishment or a random event. It is a loving message, a signpost pointing directly to where a limiting belief or a fear resides within you. Understanding this liberates you from the role of a victim and grants you the power of a creator. You don't need to fight the world. You only need to adjust your inner self. This transformation involves two sacred steps. First, have the courage to look into the mirror of your current reality. Use it as a diagnostic tool to inventory and identify exactly which beliefs are creating the reflection you do not want. Second, turn your back to the mirror. Do not try to change the reflection. Instead, focus all your energy on holding a new inner image, a new feeling of prosperity, safety, and worthiness, and trust absolutely that the universal mirror must soon reflect this new reality back to you. Practice reading the mirror and painting the new picture. This practice helps you use your current circumstances as a guide and intentionally create a new reality from within. Inventory the reflection. Identify a negative repeating financial pattern you are experiencing. Write it down specifically and without judgment. For example, I always earn enough money but never have any extra. Every time I get a large sum of money, an unexpected expense appears. I feel guilty when I spend money on myself. Trace to the root belief. Look at the sentence you just wrote. Close your eyes, place a hand on your heart, and ask with sincerity, what deep belief about myself, about money, or about the world is creating this reflection? Let the first answer that comes to mind surface. For example, reflection, never having extra. Root belief might be, I'm not good enough to be truly wealthy, or having a lot of money is dangerous. Reflection, always an unexpected expense. Root belief might be, I'm not allowed to enjoy abundance for too long. Write this root belief down. Declare release. Look at the root belief you have written. Read it aloud and then declare forcefully, this is an old program recorded from the past. It is not the truth of who I am today. I thank it for its message and I choose to release it with love. Paint the new picture. Now write down the opposing powerful belief you want to install. For example, I am completely worthy of prosperity and surplus. Then close your eyes. Spend 5 minutes feeling this new belief. What does the feeling of surplus feel like in your body? What does the feeling of financial safety feel like? What does worthiness feel like? Don't just think about it. Let the emotion permeate your entire body. Practice feeling this new picture every day, knowing you are sending out a clear signal and that the universal mirror is beginning to adjust to reflect it. Chapter 18. The Flow of Prosperity and Your Network of Relationships. Ronan was a river merchant, a hard-working man with a sturdy boat. He worked tirelessly, plying the great river to trade his goods. However, his business was always a struggle. The river, which should have been a path of flow and opportunity, felt to him like a series of obstacles. He would often arrive at a port just after a major deal had closed, or realize his goods were no longer in demand. He believed the solution lay in his own effort. He rowed faster, stayed up later, and worked harder. He looked at other successful merchants and assumed they were simply luckier than he was. Ronan didn't realize he was navigating his boat on a current that was being choked by his own relationships. He had a tense relationship with the dockmaster in one town who always made things difficult for him. He had a cold connection with a supplier in another village who always gave him lower quality items. He ignored the friendly lockkeeper who always smiled and asked after him on his way through. Ronan's network of relationships was full of friction and energetic blockages. One day, a successful old merchant, seeing Ronan lamenting his fortunes, sat beside him. He didn't speak of rowing techniques or types of cargo. He said, "Young man, this river doesn't just carry boats. It carries news, goodwill, and opportunity. Your boat is sound, but your waterways are clogged. You treat each port as a transaction, not a connection." He explained that his own success came not just from his goods, but from the network of friends he had built along the riverbanks. Dockmasters cleared the way for him, suppliers saved their best products for him, and other merchants shared valuable information with him. Those words awakened something in Ronan. He completely changed his approach. On his next trip, he stopped, shared a piece of bread, and listened to the lockkeeper's story, an act that reinforced a conduit. He brought a small gift to the difficult dockmaster and sincerely apologized for his past impatience, an act that cleared a blockage. He sent a note of thanks to his supplier, an act that reinforced another conduit. And then the magic began to happen. The lockkeeper gave him a valuable tip about an upstream village that desperately needed the very goods he was carrying. The dockmaster suddenly found him the best mooring spot. His supplier offered him a new, highly sought-after item. Ronan realized his prosperity depended not on how hard he rowed, but on the quality of the flow created by his relationships. In a quiet valley, Helena, a lacemaker, learned the same lesson in a different way. Helena created the most exquisite lace anyone had ever seen. Her skill was unparalleled. However, she lived in isolation, believing her work should speak for itself. She had only a few narrow connections, a cousin who was always pessimistic and complained about life, an energy-draining connection, and a trader who always tried to push her prices down as low as possible, a value-diminishing connection. Despite her superior skill, Helena's income was meager. She felt unseen and unappreciated. She poured all her energy into every stitch, but the energy field around her was a swamp of lack and complaint, fed by her own limited network. The change came when a traveling storyteller stopped in her village. The storyteller was enchanted by Helena's work and insisted on sharing her story with the world. He didn't just talk about the lace, he spoke of the dedication of the artist's soul. Inspired, Helena began to open up. She also made a conscious choice. She gently created distance from her pessimistic cousin and found a new merchant, one who truly valued her art. When the storyteller traveled to the next city and shared Helena's story, a noblewoman was deeply moved and sent a large commission. Other artisans, hearing of her talent through this new network, sought her out for collaborations. Helena realized her lace had always been beautiful, but it had been trapped in a stagnant pond. The new positive connections acted as canals, allowing the value of her work to flow out into the world and in turn allowing prosperity to flow back to her. She began to consciously tend to the garden of her relationships, cultivating the plants that brought light and pruning the branches that created shadows. The law of the energy network. Prosperity is not a solitary endeavor. It is a network phenomenon. Like water moving through a river system, abundance, opportunities, and resources flow through the network of your relationships. The structure and quality of these connections create a sacred geometry that determines whether that flow is free and powerful or stagnant and blocked. Every single relationship in your life is either a conduit or a blockage in your field of prosperity. Relationships based on respect, trust, and gratitude amplify the flow, opening new pathways. Conversely, relationships based on fear, envy, complaint, or disrespect create invisible dams, preventing the full current of abundance from reaching you. Your financial reality reflects not just your personal consciousness, but the health of the entire energetic network you are a part of. The good news is that you are the gardener of your network. You have the ability to identify, assess, and intentionally cultivate your web of prosperity. This does not mean using people, but rather recognizing a universal truth. Every interaction is an exchange of energy. By actively reinforcing nurturing connections and transforming or distancing yourself from draining ones, you are taking responsibility for your energetic health and creating a fertile environment for prosperity to blossom. Practice mapping your prosperity network. This practice gives you a visual overview of your relationship network and helps you begin to shape it intentionally. List the nodes. Take a blank sheet of paper, draw a circle in the middle, and write "me" inside it. Around this central circle, write the names of the 5-7 people you interact with most frequently regarding your work, finances, and goals. Assess the flow now. Connect the "me" circle to each person's name, but don't just draw a straight line. Ask yourself honestly, how do I usually feel after interacting with this person? If you feel inspired, supported, more optimistic, nourished, draw a bold, solid line to their name. If you feel no significant change, neutral, draw a thin, single line. If you feel tired, pessimistic, more doubtful of yourself, drained, draw a wavy, dotted line. Reinforce the conduits. Look at the bold, solid lines. These are your most important prosperity channels. Choose one of these relationships. Within the next 24 hours, take one small action to express gratitude and strengthen this channel. Send a sincere thank you message. Treat them to a cup of coffee or simply take a minute to silently send them the energy of gratitude. Transform the blockages. Look at the wavy, dotted lines. These are the points where your energy may be leaking or blocked. For each of these relationships, ask yourself, Option 1, transformation. Is there anything I can do to change the dynamic of this relationship? Can I set clearer boundaries, communicate differently, or consciously bring my own positive energy into our conversations? Option 2, distance. If transformation isn't possible, how can I respectfully reduce the time and energy I invest in this interaction to protect my own energy field? Choose one small, specific action you can take for one of these relationships in the coming week. By doing this practice, you are no longer a passive participant, but a conscious gardener cultivating a rich landscape for your own prosperity. Chapter 19. The Dance of the Four Elements. Architecting Reality. In a village nestled at the foot of a mountain lived a sculptor named Alaric. He was a man of earth and fire. His strength, earth, was boundless, and his passion, fire, burned in every chisel strike. Alaric could work from dawn until dusk, wrestling with giant blocks of marble, transforming them into powerful shapes. His workshop was filled with the energy of effort and action. However, Alaric's workshop was also filled with unfinished works and a heavy silence. Although he worked tirelessly, prosperity eluded him. He lacked the guidance of air and the flow of water. He would begin a sculpture with a spontaneous burst of fire, but lacked a clear vision, air, to complete it. He could create a technically perfect form, earth, but the work lacked a soul, lacked the emotion water needed to touch a viewer's heart. He worked harder than anyone yet, always felt fruitlessly busy. He was trying to build a castle with only bricks and fire, without a blueprint or the mortar to bind them. In desperation, Alaric sought out a wise old woman who lived by the sea, one who was said to understand the language of nature. She didn't look at his calloused hands or his tools. She looked only into Alaric's eyes and said, "Young man, you are a master of stone and flame, but you have forgotten the sky and the ocean. You carve without a blueprint from the wind, and you shape without the soul of the water." She did not teach him a single sculpting technique. Instead, she taught him a ritual, to connect with air. Every morning before picking up his chisel, Alaric was to sit quietly, look up at the sky, and breathe deeply. He had to allow a complete vision, a clear idea of his work to form in his mind before he began. To connect with water while working, he had to constantly ask himself, what emotion do I want this statue to evoke? Peace, courage, love. He had to let that emotional current flow through him, into his hands and into the stone. Alaric, though skeptical, did as she advised. He spent his first morning not working, but sitting, breathing, and visualizing air. He chose a block of stone and decided he would sculpt a statue called Quiet Courage. As he worked, he focused not only on the chisel strike fire and the physical form, earth, but also on feeling and channeling the emotion of courage, water. The result was miraculous. The statue he created was not just strong and solid, it seemed to be alive. It radiated a tangible energy, a serene and powerful authority. A military commander passing through the village saw the statue and stopped in his tracks. He bought it for a very high price, saying, "This statue is more than stone. It is a reminder. It inspires my soldiers." For the first time, Alaric understood. Manifestation was not a singular act of will, but a coordinated dance of all four elements. The law of elemental creation. The physical reality we experience is built upon the interaction of four elemental forces: earth, water, air, and fire. Any creation or manifestation, from baking a loaf of bread to building an enterprise, must pass through the gates of all four of these forces to take form in a complete and sustainable way. Air is the beginning, the idea, the vision, the blueprint. It is the clarity of purpose. Without air action, fire is merely chaos, and a foundation, earth, will never be built. Fire is the spark, the passion, the will, the drive to act. It transforms potential energy into kinetic energy. Without fire, a vision, air, will forever remain a fantasy. Water is the flow, the emotion, the intuition, the flexibility. It nurtures the seed of the idea and brings soul to the creation. Without water, a structure, no matter how perfect, earth will be dry and lifeless. Earth is the structure, the persistence, the foundation, the crystallization into physical form. It brings intention from the unseen world into the visible one. Without earth, all ideas, passions, and emotions would dissipate like steam. Mastery in manifestation requires the balance of all four elements. Focusing on only one or two will always lead to incomplete results. The one with much air and water, but lacking fire and earth, will be an eternal dreamer. The one with much fire and earth, but lacking air and water, will be a directionless workhorse. Sustainable prosperity is created when you become a conductor, harmoniously directing a symphony of all four of these forces. Practice the four elements manifestation ritual. This practice is an intentional ritual to connect with all four elements, focusing their energy on a specific goal of yours. Prepare a sacred space. Find a quiet place. Prepare 4 items to represent the 4 elements and place them before you, perhaps in the 4 cardinal directions: earth, a stone, a crystal, or a small bowl of salt; air, a feather, a stick of incense, or a gentle breeze from a window; fire, a candle, please be careful when using; water, a small bowl of clear water. Set your intention. Sit comfortably, take 3 deep breaths, then state clearly the goal you wish to manifest. For example, I wish to manifest a new business opportunity that brings prosperity and joy. Activate each element. Connect with each element in sequence. Begin with air, hold the feather or light the incense. Focus on it and say, "O energy of air, I invoke clarity and vision. Please make my goal of repeat your goal clear and bring me the insightful ideas to achieve it." Spend a minute visualizing your goal as already complete in all its clear detail. Continue with fire, light the candle. Gaze into the flame and say, "O energy of fire, I invoke passion and will. Please ignite within me the fire of action. Give me the strength and courage to pursue this goal relentlessly." Feel the warmth and energy from the flame spreading through you. Move to water, touch your finger to the bowl of water. Say, "O energy of water, I invoke flow and intuition. Please fill my goal with the emotion of, e.g., joy, fulfillment, peace, and guide me with your subtle feelings." Spend a minute truly feeling the joy of your goal already being a reality. Conclude with earth. Hold the stone in your hands. Feel its weight and solidity. Say, "O energy of earth, I invoke stability and foundation. Please help me build the necessary structures and bring my goal into solid, long-lasting reality in this physical world." Unify and give thanks. Put the stone down. Sit quietly for a few minutes, feeling the energies of all 4 elements, blending, balancing, and working together within you for your goal. Then thank each element for its support. Safely extinguish the candle. The ritual is complete. Perform this ritual whenever you begin a new project or need the extra power to manifest a dream. You are learning to speak the language of the universe, the language of creation. Chapter 20. The Sacred Hour Before Dawn, the Gate of Manifestation. Isadora was a perfumer, one with the ability to blend the essences of the earth into scents that captivated the soul. But her own life was a blend of anxiety and exhaustion. She often worked late into the night, her mind spinning with thoughts of debts and the dwindling supply of rare ingredients. She would fall asleep with a weight on her shoulders and wake up with that same weight, carrying the energy of fatigue into the new day. Her perfumes, though technically perfect, lacked something, a sparkle, a living spirit. Each of Isadora's days was a series of reactions. She was constantly putting out fires, solving problems that seemed to fall from the sky. She felt she was always one step behind. Her efforts in the hustle of the daytime seemed to yield only meager results. She didn't realize that her days were chaotic because they were built upon the foundation of the previous night's worries. The change came from an encounter with a mysterious merchant from the East. After buying one of her perfumes, he looked deep into her eyes and said, "Child, you distill these beautiful essences by night, but you yourself are being distilled by the worries of the day. The true masters do not end their day at midnight. They begin their day long before the sun rises. When the world is asleep, you can whisper your dreams into its ear without resistance." Intrigued by the idea, Isadora decided to try. Instead of working late, she went to bed early and set the intention to wake during the quietest hours. The first few mornings were difficult, but she persisted. In the quiet darkness of her room, she did not work. She simply sat in stillness. She didn't fight her worries, she just observed them and gently set them aside. She focused on a single emotion, gratitude for the magical sense she was privileged to work with. She visualized her ideal clients smiling as they experienced her creations. She was programming her upcoming day with the feeling of peace, creativity, and success. When the sun rose, Isadora felt a profound difference. She felt grounded and serene, not rushed and anxious. And then her day began to unfold with a strange ease. The ingredients she needed suddenly became available. A countess she had longed to meet happened to visit her shop. Isadora realized she wasn't just distilling perfume. She was distilling the very essence of her day in the sacred hours before dawn. The story of Lord Cassian, a retired regent who had maintained legendary wealth and influence, echoes this truth. An ambitious young nobleman hoping to discover his secret to success sought him out for guidance. The young man expected a lesson in politics, investment, or the art of negotiation. However, Lord Cassian taught him none of those things. Instead, he invited the young man to stay at his estate for a week. The young man observed him all day, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. He began to grow impatient. On the final day, Cassian woke the young nobleman when the sky was still pitch black. They went together to a simple study. "You have sought my secret in the daylight amidst the noise of men," Cassian said. "But my power is forged here in this silence while the world is still dreaming." He explained that for decades he had used this time not to work, but to commune with the silence. He would connect with a clear vision for his domain, feel gratitude for the responsibilities he carried, and walk through his day in his mind with grace and wisdom. "This is not my secret alone," Cassian continued, his voice solemn. "This is the practice of kings, of high priestesses, and of master builders since the dawn of time. They knew that to master the day, one must first gain its consent in the quiet of the early morning. You do not create from nothing. You simply align yourself with the creative current before the rest of the world has stirred the waters." The young nobleman left with a secret more profound than any political tactic. He had been initiated into a timeless practice of the masters. The law of the dawn gate, the sacred period before sunrise, particularly between 3 and 5 a.m., is a unique energetic gateway. At this time, two magical things happen simultaneously. First, the collective consciousness of humanity is at its quietest. The static from the worries, fears, and stresses of billions of people is at a minimum. The channel of communication between you and the field of infinite potential becomes unusually clear. Second, your mind, having just emerged from deep sleep, is in its most receptive state. The defensive walls of the ego and ingrained limiting beliefs have not yet been erected. Your subconscious is like soft, fertile soil ready to receive new seeds. The intentions, emotions, and visions that you plant during these hours create an energetic blueprint, a template for the entire day ahead. The events of the day will then tend to arrange themselves along the path of least resistance to match what you have programmed. This is not a modern technique, but an ancient wisdom. By engaging in this practice, you are connecting with the same eternal stream of prosperity that has nourished masters for generations. Practice the pre-dawn programming ritual. This is a gentle yet incredibly powerful ritual to set the energetic tone for your new day. Conscious preparation. The night before, as you go to bed, place a glass of water by your bedside. Then close your eyes and set a clear intention. I will gently awaken at the sacred hour to welcome the new day. This intention itself begins the process. Gentle waking. When you awaken between 3 and 5 a.m., try not to turn on bright lights or make sudden noises. Drink the prepared glass of water. Move slowly to a quiet place where you will not be disturbed, sowing seeds in the silence. This is the core of the ritual. Keep it very simple and focused on feeling. A bathe in gratitude, 2 to 3 minutes. Begin by evoking a feeling of sincere gratitude. Think of 3 to 5 things in your life you are truly grateful for, no matter how small. Feel the warmth of that gratitude expanding from your heart. This is the frequency that opens the subconscious. B. Choose one seed for the day. 1 minute. Don't try to program too many things. Choose one key quality or outcome you wish to experience today. For example, flowing creativity, meaningful encounters, inner peace, or solutions arriving with ease. C. Feel the completed reality. 10 minutes. This is the most important step. Close your eyes and do not think about your goal. Instead, feel it as if it is already true. What does the feeling of flowing creativity feel like in your body? What is the feeling of meaningful encounters? Immerse yourself completely in the emotional state of the final result. Smile into that feeling. Seal the intention. When you feel complete, end with a simple and trusting affirmation. You can place a hand on your heart and say silently, "It is done in perfect harmony and for the highest good of all, I give thanks." Afterward, you can begin your day as usual. You have sown your seeds into the most fertile soil. Now trust and watch them sprout in the daylight. Chapter 21. The Inner Oracle. Listening to the Counsel of the Soul. Leander was a young merchant prince who had inherited a vast trading empire. He was intelligent, eager to learn, and desperate to prove his own worth. Leander did everything that reason dictated was right. He hired the most brilliant financial advisors, meticulously studied market trends, and applied every logical strategy to expand his fortune. And yet, despite all his efforts and the supposedly perfect advice, his ventures began to fail in inexplicable ways. A carefully calculated investment in grain in the south was suddenly lost to an unexpected drought. A sea route deemed perfectly safe was suddenly plagued by pirates. Every logical step he took seemed to be thwarted by some illogical event. Leander felt helpless and betrayed by the very logic he had always worshipped. In his desperation, he remembered his grandfather, the founder of the empire. He was a man famous for his uncanny luck and his seemingly irrational decisions that always culminated in resounding success. Leander found his grandfather's private journal. The book contained no market analysis or business strategies. Instead, it was filled with pages about hours spent in silence, about listening to a deep hum in his chest, and about decisions made based solely on a feeling of expansion or contraction. His grandfather had not consulted with experts. He had consulted his inner compass. With nothing left to lose, Leander decided to try this strange method. When faced with two new investment opportunities, one that seemed logically safe but gave him a feeling of heaviness, and another that was quite risky but brought a feeling of lightness and expansion, he did something insane. He chose the risky path against the vehement protests of his advisors. He invested in a rare spice from a little-known island, and then the venture succeeded phenomenally. The island later became a new center of trade. Leander realized a profound truth. Logic could only map the known world, but his inner oracle could see the currents of the future. He learned to use outside advice as reference data, but the final decision always came from consulting the compass within his soul. In a remote village, Morwenna, a wise woman, taught the same lesson through a different story. Villagers often came to her for advice, and she would often use a set of ancient, polished rune stones to help them. A wealthy but skeptical landowner came to her demanding to know the magic of the stones. He believed the power was in the objects themselves and wanted to buy them at any price. Morwenna smiled gently. She bent down, picked up a handful of ordinary pebbles from the roadside, and gave them to the landowner. "The secret is not in the stones," she said. "It is in the silence they create. As your rational mind busies itself trying to read these symbols, it temporarily falls silent. And in that silence you can finally hear the whisper of your own soul. These pebbles will work just as well if you learn how to listen." The landowner was initially offended, but out of curiosity he tried. He sat down with the unremarkable pebbles, focusing on his question about a land dispute. As his analytical mind struggled to find meaning in the stones, it gradually grew quiet. And then, in that stillness, a clear insight, a sharp answer arose from deep within him. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He realized Morwenna was right. The stones were not the oracle. They were just the key that opened the door to the oracle that had always resided within him. He left her a gift, not as payment for magical objects, but as thanks for teaching him how to find himself. The law of inner guidance. Above all expert advice, all market analysis, and all the logic of the external world, there exists an inner oracle within every person. It is a sacred guidance system, a direct line to the universal intelligence that orchestrates the flow of abundance. This is the most supreme and trustworthy source of guidance for your unique path to prosperity. External advice is always limited because it cannot comprehend the unique path your soul has charted. A strategy that may be right for thousands could be wrong for you because your soul might require a different lesson or experience. Only your inner guidance can account for this sacred blueprint. External objects like crystals, tarot cards, or rune stones do not contain power in themselves. They serve as focus points, as anchors for the rational mind. They help to silence the noise of analysis in order to amplify your natural connection to the clarity that already exists within you. Awakening and consulting your inner oracle is a discipline that requires daily practice. It demands an intentional act to activate the channel of communication and a habit of listening, recording, and trusting the guidance that comes through. Through consistent practice, you will build an unshakable relationship with this supreme source of guidance, making it your most trusted advisor in all of life's decisions. Practice the daily dialogue with your inner oracle. This is a practice to build and strengthen your relationship with your inner sacred guidance. Prepare the channel of communication. Each day, set aside a quiet period of time. The pre-dawn hours are ideal. Prepare a notebook and a pen. Consider this your oracle's logbook, the place where you record the messages from your soul. Activate and ask. Place a hand on your heart. Take a deep breath and silently speak the activation phrase, "Inner Oracle, my wise soul, I am ready to listen." Then ask a clear, specific, and open-ended question. Avoid yes-no questions. For example, what action today will bring me closest to my true prosperity? What perspective do I need to have on state the specific issue? Please show me my next step. Listen with all senses. The answer may not come as a full sentence. Relax and pay attention to subtle signals, body sensations. A feeling of expansion, warmth, or relief in your chest is often a yes. A feeling of contraction, coldness, or heaviness is often a pause or no. A fleeting image, a sudden image that flashes in your mind's eye, a word or sound, a single word or short phrase that pops into your head, a gentle urge, a natural unforced desire to do something. Record without judgment. Immediately write down whatever you receive, no matter how strange, illogical, or trivial it may seem. The act of writing is an act of respect for the guidance and helps to strengthen the connection. Act and verify trust. Begin by trusting and acting on one small piece of guidance you receive. When you see the positive result from that action, your faith in your inner oracle will grow. The more you trust, the stronger and clearer the connection will become. Chapter 22. Walking between two worlds. Working in the causal realm. Finn, a young apprentice, was tasked with building a bridge across a treacherous gorge. He was a man of the plane of effects. He focused entirely on the physical world, measuring distances, calculating the amount of wood and stone, assembling his team of workers. To Finn, the bridge was a collection of physical problems to be solved, and the physical world responded with its own set of problems. A sudden storm came and washed away the foundation he had just built. The bedrock on one bank was weaker than anticipated, causing subsidence and increasing costs. Finn worked frantically, trying to solve each physical problem as it appeared. He was in a constant state of reaction, fighting against a reality that seemed solid and uncooperative. He felt as if he were at war with the gorge itself. His master, Ivar, a legendary bridge builder, came to visit. He did not look at the half-finished bridge or the exhausted workers. He simply sat in silence by the edge of the chasm. For a long time, his eyes closed. Finn grew impatient, thinking it was a waste of time. Afterwards, Ivar explained, "You are fighting the river's shadow on the cliff face. I was conversing with the river itself. Before a single stone is laid, a bridge must first be built in the world of spirit. It must receive the permission of the gorge." Ivar was operating in the causal realm. He was feeling the energy of the land, the spirit of the water, and searching for the path of least energetic resistance. He pointed to a spot not far away. "Build it here," he said. "The energy there is stable. The spirit of the stone is strong, and the spirit of the river flows peacefully through it." To Finn, the location looked no different from the old one, but they followed the master's word, and then the construction began to progress with an almost magical ease. The weather was favorable, the foundation was solid, the bridge was completed ahead of schedule and under budget. Finn had learned an invaluable lesson. A master builder's most important work does not happen with a hammer, but in the silence long before the first stone is ever touched. He had learned how to work in the causal realm. In another city, a wealthy merchant sought out Serafina, a weaver renowned for her wisdom. The merchant was in despair. His caravans were being relentlessly attacked on a certain trade route. He had tried everything in the plane of effects, hiring more guards, changing travel times, using different wagons. But the problem persisted, solid and seemingly immovable. To him, the problem was bandits, a tangible physical threat. Serafina offered no practical advice. She closed her eyes and looked at the road with her inner eye. "I do not see bandits," she said. "I see an energetic knot of fear and resentment that is tied to that road. It has been there for a very long time, perhaps, from some past injustice. It is this knot that is attracting the physical bandits. The bandits are the effect. The energy knot is the cause." She instructed the merchant to perform a simple ritual. not on the physical road, but with the idea of the road. Each day he was to sit in silence, visualize the road, and instead of sending more guards, the energy of confrontation, he was to send feelings of peace, gratitude, and goodwill along the road's energetic thread. He was instructed to untie the knot in the causal realm. The merchant was deeply skeptical, but did as she asked out of desperation. The next caravan he sent for the first time in months passed through safely. He had learned to see his business challenges not as stone walls, but as tangled threads that could be gently untied with the right energy. The law of the two realms. There are two realms in which we operate simultaneously, whether we are conscious of it or not. The plane of effects. This is the physical 3D world that we see, touch, and experience. It is where events have already taken form, where problems have solidified. Operating in this realm is like trying to change the shape of a finished statue. It requires immense effort and often leads to frustration. The causal plane. This is the energetic dimension, the blueprint, the place where all things originate. Here, reality is still as fluid as wet clay, easily shaped by consciousness, intention, and emotion. Operating in this realm is like changing the sculptor's sketch before he begins his work. Most people live entirely in the plane of effects, constantly reacting to circumstances that have already been created. A master of prosperity learns to shift their point of operation to the causal plane. They learn to walk between two worlds, a skill of dual awareness that allows them to be firmly grounded in the physical world, while also being able to see and interact with the energy patterns that underlie its problems. When you can see a financial challenge not as a solid problem, but as a reshapable energy pattern, you hold true creative power. Practice seeing with the causal eye. This practice helps you begin to train the skill of dual awareness and interact with problems from the causal plane. Choose an effect. Select a specific tangible financial challenge you are currently facing. For example, an unexpected bill for X amount. A client who has not paid. My business is stagnant. Clearly identify this physical effect. Shift perception. Sit in a quiet place and close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Set the intention, I wish to see the energy that lies beneath this effect. I ask for permission to enter the causal plane. Observe the energy. Visualize the problem before you. But instead of seeing it as a physical event, ask and feel for its energetic signature. Let the first impressions arise. What is this energy's shape? A knot, a dark cloud, a wall, sharp spikes. What is its color? Gray, black, dark red. What does it feel like? Heavy, sticky, cold, sharp. The goal is to identify the energy pattern in the causal realm. Interact with the cause. Now that you have a sense of the energy pattern, do not fight it. Interact with it from a higher frequency. Visualize a pure white or golden light representing consciousness and unconditional love flowing down from above. Allow this light to gently envelop the energy form. Watch the light slowly permeate it, not to destroy it, but to dissolve and transmute it. Observe the energy form softening, melting, or changing to a brighter color under the influence of the light. Return with trust. Spend a few minutes on this process, then gently return to your normal awareness. Release the outcome. Trust that by working on the energetic cause, the physical effect will begin to shift and solutions will appear in ways you might not expect. By doing this practice, you are learning to solve problems at their source before they have a chance to harden into insurmountable mountains in your life. Chapter 23. The Heir of Two Lineages. Healing the Past. Inheriting the Future. Kalen came from a renowned lineage of winemakers. He inherited fertile land, secret techniques, and an invisible curse. His family for generations was known for their talent, but also for a strange pattern they never achieved: true sustainable wealth. There was always a failed harvest in the most profitable year, a mysterious blight or a deal that fell through at the last minute. Kalen, just like his father and grandfather, was living in the shadow of being almost successful. He felt an invisible weight, a quiet despair that seemed to have seeped into the very soil he cultivated. He tried to break the pattern. He learned new techniques and worked harder than anyone in his family line, but the curse continued. A shipment of his finest wine was lost at sea. He felt bound by a destiny he could not see, a prison without bars. He was reliving the exact energetic imprint of his ancestors. In desperation, Kalen sought out a wise old woman who lived on a mountain. She did not ask him about wine. She asked him about his ancestors. She guided him into a state of deep stillness. In his mind's eye, Kalen saw his father, his grandfather, and generations beyond, all wearing heavy cloaks of fear, the fear of failure, the fear of losing everything, a fear born from some famine or tragedy in the distant past. The old woman taught him a ritual of release. On a moonless night, Kalen went out into his vineyard, lit a candle, and began to speak to those who had passed. He thanked them for their skill, for their resilience, for the legacy they had left him. Then, with a voice full of love but also unwavering resolve, he said, "I honor the burdens you carried, but that journey for our lineage ends here. With deep gratitude, I ask for permission to set this burden down for myself and for all future generations." In that moment, he felt a tangible shift, a lightness in the air, as if the old grapevines themselves had just heaved a sigh of relief. And then everything changed. The next harvest was unusually bountiful. A wealthy merchant from a distant land who had never traded in wine before happened to be passing through and was enchanted by the taste of Kalen's wine. He bought the entire season's production, establishing a prosperous new trade route. Kalen had broken the curse. He had healed the wound of his biological lineage, but he felt he was only halfway there. He had escaped scarcity, but he had not yet touched the extraordinary. His skill was that of a great craftsman, not yet a master. He sought out the old woman again. She smiled. "You have cleaned the house of your biological lineage. Now it is time to invite your spiritual family to live there." She explained that Kalen's soul did not just come from his parents. It was part of a greater stream of consciousness. There was a lineage of spirit masters of wine, beings who had understood the alchemy between the sun, the soil, and the soul. "You are their heir," she said. "You must claim your inheritance." She taught Kalen a new practice. In his moments of quiet, Kalen no longer thought of himself as Kalen, son of Phelan. He visualized himself as the youngest member of a timeless, invisible council of masters. He invited their wisdom, asking them to guide his hands and his intuition. He was no longer making wine alone. He was making wine with the guidance of an entire spiritual lineage. And his art transformed once more. It moved beyond excellence to transcendence. He developed an intuitive ability to sense what the vines needed, blending flavors in ways no one had ever considered. His wine became legendary not just for its taste, but for the feeling of deep joy and peace it brought to those who drank it. Kalen was no longer just continuing a family trade. He had become a conduit for the collective wisdom of the masters. He had become the bridge between a limited past and an infinite future, the law of dual inheritance. You are the heir of two great lineages, the biological lineage. You inherit physical DNA, but you also inherit the energetic imprints of your ancestors' gifts, like strength and resilience, as well as burdens like patterns of scarcity, unconscious vows of poverty, or fears passed down through generations. The spiritual lineage. Your soul is also part of a spiritual family, a stream of consciousness that connects you to the masters, guides, and archetypes who have completely mastered the field you are pursuing. Their wisdom is an open library, a sacred inheritance that is always available for you to claim. You are not bound by the limitations of your ancestors. Your role is not just that of a passive recipient, but of a transformer. By doing the work to heal your biological lineage, You are breaking the generational cycle of lack. By consciously connecting with and inheriting from your spiritual lineage, you are awakening the codes of prosperity that lie dormant within you. You are the bridge, the pivotal link standing between the past and the future, the one with the power to end a legacy of scarcity and begin a new legacy of abundance for yourself and for all generations to come. Practice the inheritance ritual, healing and declaring. This is a two-part ritual for you to consciously work with both of your lineages. Part 1. Healing the biological lineage. Light and remember. Light a candle representing the light of awareness. Turn your mind toward your parents, grandparents, and the generations before them. Express gratitude, say silently, or write down, I honor and give thanks for the gifts I have received from my lineage, which are, be specific, e.g., strength, perseverance, a love of. Acknowledge and release. Continue by saying, I also acknowledge the burdens of scarcity, fear, and the limiting patterns that my lineage has had to carry. With all my love and compassion here and now, I ask to be released and to release all future generations from these patterns. This burden is now set down. Feel the lightness. Visualize an invisible chain connecting you to the burdens of the past being gently unfastened. Take a deep breath and feel the sense of lightness in your body and mind. Part 2. Declaring spiritual inheritance. Shift your focus. Keeping the candle lit, now shift your focus from your biological past to your spiritual future. Invite and declare, stand or sit up straight, place a hand on your heart, and declare powerfully and clearly, I now open myself to my spiritual lineage, the lineage of the masters of your field, e.g. prosperity healing art. I declare myself their worthy heir. I ask to receive your wisdom, your courage, and your vision into my consciousness. Please awaken the codes of prosperity and genius that are already within me. Receive in silence, sit quietly for a few minutes. Breathe and feel a new energy, a sense of stability, a new clarity flowing into you. Trust that you have been heard and that your inheritance is being bestowed. Chapter 24. The Quantum Treasure, Choosing a Pre-Existing Reality. A young duke who had everything but joy sought out Lysander, a master mirror maker. Make for me a magic mirror, the duke demanded, a mirror that can show me a future in which I am truly happy and fulfilled. The young man believed that happiness was something to be forged and constructed, and that he had failed at doing so. Lysander did not reply. He silently led the duke deep into his workshop to a great silver door. When the door opened, it did not reveal a single magic mirror, but a vast circular great hall lined with thousands upon thousands of mirrors. They reflected countless images of the duke himself. He saw himself in the garments of a warrior, a monk, a beggar, a king, and also the image of a man laughing radiantly, his eyes sparkling with joy. My lord, Lysander said, his voice echoing in the hall, I cannot create a mirror that leads to a non-existent future. I can only help you adjust your eyes to see the reflections that are already here. In this great hall of echoes, every possible version of you already coexists. All are equally real, all are waiting. Lysander did not ask the duke to do anything. He only asked him to walk through the hall and find the reflection his heart yearned for most. When the duke stood transfixed before the mirror of a happy and fulfilled man, Lysander approached and whispered, Now do not look at it as a distant dream. Look through it. Feel what that man is feeling. Think as he is thinking. Breathe as he is breathing. You do not need to create him. You only need to choose to step into his reflection, to synchronize with his frequency. You are choosing the echo you wish to become. The duke spent many days in that hall. He stopped focusing on his current state of unhappiness and poured all his consciousness into becoming the man in the mirror. He began to make decisions from that state of fulfillment and joy. And then his outer world, subtly at first, then spectacularly began to rearrange itself to match this new inner state. He had not created happiness. He had chosen the reality where happiness already existed and synchronized himself with it. The law of quantum choice. The abundance you seek is not something that needs to be created from scratch. It already exists. In the infinite energy field of the universe, also known as the quantum field, there exist countless possible versions of reality. There is a version of reality where you are struggling, and there is also a version where you are immensely prosperous, healthy, and fulfilled. All of them coexist simultaneously as potentials waiting to be activated, just like countless television channels broadcasting at the same time. Your task is not to struggle to build a new television station. Your task is to pick up the remote control and choose the channel you wish to watch. The act of manifestation in its essence is not creation, but selection. You select the channel with your own energetic frequency. The key to making this selection is to shift your focus from getting external things to becoming the person who already has them. Instead of asking, "How do I get $1 million?" ask, "How does the person who easily has $1 million feel? How do they walk? What is their demeanor? What are their core beliefs?" When you can firmly anchor your consciousness in that state of being, you are tuning your frequency to the corresponding reality channel. And by the laws of the universe, that reality must be drawn into your physical experience. The greatest quantum leaps in life do not come from extraordinary physical effort. They come from a subtle yet profound shift in consciousness the moment you realize you don't have to struggle to get somewhere, but that you simply need to decide to experience from a pre-existing viewpoint. When you change the observer, the landscape observed must change. Practice anchoring your quantum self. This practice helps you connect with and begin to live from the state of the most prosperous version of yourself. Identify your highest version. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Imagine the version of yourself who is living in the most complete and fulfilling abundance. Don't just think about possessions. Feel into that person. How do they feel when they wake up in the morning? Does their demeanor exude confidence, peace, or joy? How do they face a challenge, with panic or with curiosity? What are their core beliefs about money, life, and their own worth? Create a clear and vivid picture of this quantum self. Step into the energy suit. Imagine this quantum self standing directly in front of you, radiant and full of life. Then visualize yourself gently stepping forward and merging with them, as if putting on a suit made of light. Feel your consciousness becoming one with the consciousness of that highest version. Live from the new state 5 and 10 minutes. Now look at your current life, but through the eyes of that quantum self. Look around the room you are in. With their eyes, what do you see? A mess to be cleaned or a cozy space full of potential? Think about a small decision you need to make today. How would that quantum self decide from a state of lack or from a state of fullness? Feel your physical body. How would that quantum self sit or stand? How deep and calm is their breath? Breathe as they would breathe. Anchor the frequency. Before you end the practice, create a physical anchor. Choose a simple gesture, for example, lightly touching your thumb and index finger together. Decide that whenever you make this gesture, it will instantly help you reconnect with the feeling of your quantum self. Use this anchor throughout the day whenever you feel yourself slipping back into old patterns. By practicing this daily, you are no longer the one trying to swim to a distant island. You are realizing that you are the island. You only need to remember who you are. Chapter 25. The Alchemy of Time. Compressing reality, accelerating manifestation. Ilara, the wise gardener, gave 2 of her apprentices, Lyra and Kyle, a rare seed each. Lyra, with her impatient and ambitious nature, wanted her plant to grow and blossom immediately. She gave it more water, used a magnifying glass to focus more sunlight on it, and constantly dug up the surrounding soil to check its progress. She was trying to force time to obey her will, but the seeds, suffocated by water, scorched by the intense sun, and disturbed by constant interference, did not sprout. Lyra's anxiety had created a field of resistance, and paradoxically it pushed her result further away. Time seemed to slow down and work against her. Meanwhile, Kyle received his seed with a sense of reverence. He planted it carefully in the ground. And then he did something unusual. He did nothing. He simply sat beside the patch of earth, entering a state of peaceful trust. He did not visualize a plant that would grow. He visualized a flower that had already bloomed to perfection in a future that coexisted with the present. He held on to the feeling of joy and gratitude for the beauty of the flower that already was. He completely surrendered the questions of when and how. And then a miracle happened. Kyle's seed sprouted and grew with astonishing speed. It seemed to skip several common stages of development, and it bloomed in an unreasonably short amount of time. Ilara smiled and explained, Lyra tried to push time from the outside and only received resistance. Kyle compressed time from within. By living in the reality of a completed flower, he collapsed the energetic distance the seed had to travel. He showed it the destination, and it found the shortest path. The story of Valerius, a master architect, echoes the same truth. He was tasked with building a grand library on what was considered an impossible deadline. His apprentices panicked. They drew up meticulous timelines, worried about every passing day, and became completely trapped in linear time. Their anxiety created chaos, materials were ordered incorrectly, and the stressed work crews made mistakes. The project seemed destined for failure. Valerius gathered his apprentices. He did not unroll a construction schedule, but a beautiful oil painting of the completed library depicting people walking about reading books in a space filled with light and joy. "Stop trying to build a library," he said. "This library is already built. It already stands perfect in the mind of the Creator. Our task is not to battle time to create it. Our task is to hold this image clearly, to feel its reality so deeply that we allow the stone and wood to arrange themselves into a form that already exists. We are not builders. We are archaeologists of the future, excavating what is already there." He instructed them to spend a period of time at the beginning of each day, not working but meditating on the feeling of the completed library. This shift in consciousness brought about an extraordinary result. The project flowed with astonishing speed and grace. The best craftsmen appeared exactly when they were needed. A shipment of rare wood thought to be lost was unexpectedly found. Solutions to complex technical problems arose effortlessly in dreams. They completed the project ahead of the impossible deadline. They had not conquered time, they had stepped outside of it. The law of time alchemy. Time is not a fixed and objective line. It is a flexible dimension, a current of energy that can be compressed or stretched, depending on your state of consciousness. Anxiety, impatience, and attachment to specific deadlines create energetic resistance, slowing and prolonging the process of manifestation. The paradox of mastering time is this: the more you try to force it, the more it resists you. Conversely, a peaceful surrender to sacred timing, an absolute trust that everything will arrive at the most perfect moment, allows manifestation cycles to be compressed significantly. By changing your subjective experience of time, you can change the objective speed of manifestation. You are no longer bound by the progression of the clock, but by the speed of consciousness. The most advanced practice for this is to unify linear time into a single point of power in the present moment. This is when you can hold your prosperity as a simultaneous reality, a completed truth in the future, an unfolding process in the present, and an inevitable result of the past. When you merge these three states into the single point of the now moment, You collapse the distance of time and allow manifestation to occur with extraordinary speed. Practice unifying time at the point of power. This is an advanced practice to compress the timeline and accelerate the manifestation of a specific goal. Identify the 3 time points. Choose a clear goal you wish to manifest. Now write down or visualize it in 3 time states. The completed future. Clearly visualize the scene of your goal having been perfectly fulfilled. Feel the joy, relief, and gratitude of that achievement. The unfolding present. Look at your current life and search for evidence that the goal is on its way. See everything that is happening as the exciting process of creation. The inevitable past. Look back on your past from the perspective of your successful future. See every event, even the challenges and failures, as the necessary and perfect stepping stones that led you to this inevitable success. Enter the point of power. Sit in a quiet place. Close your eyes and enter a deep state of meditation. Perform the unification now. Perform the alchemy in your mind. First, call up the feeling of joy and fulfillment from the completed future. Let it fill every cell in your body. Holding that feeling, bring it into the present moment. Know that right now everything is happening perfectly to create that future. Feel the excitement of the creative process. Still holding both feelings, call up a sense of deep gratitude for the past. See how every previous step was a perfect setup to lead you here inevitably. Now do the most important thing. Merge all 3 feelings, the joy of the future, the presence of the now, and the gratitude for the past, into a single brilliant point of light right in your heart. This is your point of power. Live from the point of power. In that point of light there is no distance, no waiting, no time. All is one, all is truth. Hold this unified state for as long as you can. Carry that feeling with you as you open your eyes and step into your day. When you practice this, you are no longer the one waiting for a ship to arrive. You are the lighthouse, the ship, and the harbor, all happening simultaneously in a single, eternal, and powerful present moment. Chapter 26. Declaring your sacred sovereignty. You are the monarch of your reality. Alistair was a king, but he did not know it. He grew up as an orphan, working as a helper in a smithy, living a life of hardship and toil. Meanwhile, his kingdom was in chaos, ruled by a greedy and weak regency council. Scarcity and fear were rampant. Like all the other common folk, Alistair hoped for a better king, prayed for his hardships to end, and felt completely powerless before the rulers. He was begging for change in the very kingdom he had the absolute authority to command. Every day he was unconsciously abdicating his own throne. One day, an old mystic who held the royal secrets found him. He did not give him gold or silver. He gave him the truth. He revealed Alistair's royal lineage, the power that lay dormant in his bloodline. This kingdom doesn't need a new king, the mystic said. It needs its true king to remember who he is. Your power does not lie in this hammer. It lies in who you are. Stop begging for a better world. Decree it. The mystic did not teach Alistair how to fight. He taught him how to be a king. He taught him to stand straight, to speak with a quiet authority, and to issue commands not with arrogance, but with the unshakable certainty of one whose word is law. Alistair's first act was not to raise an army. He walked directly into the city square and with absolute conviction, he declared an unjust tax abolished. He did not ask for opinions, nor did he negotiate. He declared. The energy of that certainty was so powerful that the people and even the guards were stunned. The power of the Regency Council, which had been built on fear and doubt, disintegrated in the presence of true sovereignty. The kingdom began to prosper again, not because of new laws, but because its true ruler had returned to the throne and begun to command reality from his innate authority. Isolde was a trade queen, but she had forgotten it. Her trade empire, once mighty, was now in decline. Her rivals were gaining ground. She began to doubt herself. She spent her days consulting oracles and advisors, asking them what she should do. She hoped her shipments would succeed. Her posture became stooped, her voice hesitant. She was a queen ruling like an anxious clerk. She had abdicated her inner throne and handed her power to external experts, and her indecision created chaos. One night, as her flagship was caught in a great storm at sea, in a moment of both desperation and supreme clarity, Isolde remembered who she once was. She strode directly onto the deck amidst the howling wind and raging waves. She stood tall, her head held high, and instead of praying for the storm to pass, she spoke to the ship, to the crew, and to the sea itself with absolute authority. "We will see the dawn," she declared, her voice filled with reclaimed sovereignty, cutting through the roar of the storm. That energy changed everything. The crew moved with a new courage and purpose. They navigated the storm with almost impossible skill. Isolde realized her power had never been in the advice she received. It was in the commands she issued. She returned to her empire and stopped asking. She began to decree. She charted bold new trade routes, not as hopes, but as foregone conclusions. Her empire flourished once more, stronger than ever before. She had learned that sovereignty is not a title. It is a state of being that must be fully embodied. The law of sacred sovereignty. The power to command the flow of prosperity is not a granted privilege. It is an innate spiritual sovereignty, a universal birthright that stems from the divine nature within every human being. It requires no permission or validation from any outside force. However, you frequently abdicate your throne. Every time you doubt your worthiness, every time you surrender your financial fate to the economy or some expert, every time you beg the universe for a blessing like a pauper, you are giving up your crown and handing your scepter to external forces. Your job is to reclaim that vacant throne, sit upon it, and begin to rule your own reality. Change your language. The universe does not respond to neediness, it responds to certainty. Instead of, "I hope I have enough money," say, "I decree that all necessary resources are provided for me." Instead of, "Please give me a chance," say, "I declare that the doors of opportunity are now wide open before me." This is not arrogance. This is the acknowledgement of your true position in the universe. And this sovereignty must be embodied. A mental declaration is not enough. It requires the unification of your entire being, the language of authority, the posture of power, and the emotion of unshakable certainty. When your words, your body, and your emotions all resonate with the same unified message of sovereignty, you are sealing your decree into the very fabric of reality. Practice the coronation ritual, reclaiming your throne. This is not a quiet sitting meditation. This is a ritual of action and declaration. Prepare for the coronation. Find a private space where you can stand firmly. Consider this your own coronation ceremony. Acknowledge the abdication, stand tall, and say aloud, clearly and with honesty, "I acknowledge that up until now I have given my power away to fear, doubt, outer circumstances. I have been living as a commoner in my own kingdom. As of today, that era is over." The coronation. Now it is time to take back your throne. A stand in a power pose. Stand straight, feet shoulder-width apart, shoulders back, chest open, chin slightly lifted. Feel power flowing up from the earth through your feet. This is the posture of a monarch. B. Declare sovereignty. Look straight ahead, perhaps into a mirror. Speak in a calm but powerful voice, not shouting but with absolute certainty. "By my sacred sovereignty, here and now, I reclaim the throne of my reality. I am the final decision maker. I am the supreme authority in my life." C. Issue your prosperity decree. Holding that posture and feeling, issue your first decree. For example, "I decree that abundance, prosperity, and opportunity shall flow to me with ease and consistency." I decree that all resources needed for my path are fully supplied. So let it be. It is so. Seal the decree. Place a hand firmly on your heart. Feel the power and truth of the words you have just spoken vibrating through your entire body. Hold that feeling for 1 minute. You have just completed your own coronation. Now carry that royal demeanor with you throughout your day. Chapter 27, Sacred Mathematics, Unlocking Exponential Growth. Two brothers Liam and Corin inherited adjacent plots of land. Liam, a practical farmer, looked at his land and saw a problem of addition. He divided it into straight rows, calculating that one seed would produce one plant, and one plant would yield a certain amount of grain. His entire model was effort plus time equals a linear result. He worked incredibly hard, plowing, planting, and harvesting row by row. His wealth increased slowly and predictably in direct proportion to the hours he put in. He was trapped in addition. Corin, the younger brother, a naturalist with the soul of a mystic, approached his land in a completely different way. He didn't see rows of dirt. He saw an ecosystem. He didn't plant a single type of seed. He planted a seed of intention. That intention was, may this land become a self-sustaining paradise of abundance. He didn't plant one type of crop, but many that complemented each other, some to enrich the soil, some to attract beneficial insects, some to provide shade. He wasn't calculating a single harvest. He was initiating a cycle. At first, Corin's plot looked chaotic and less productive than Liam's. But then the magic of multiplication began. The complementary plants created a fertile ecosystem. The grain harvest was not only larger, but the plants were healthier and produced more seeds. The other plants yielded sweet fruits, herbs, and attracted bees that pollinated the entire area. Each success self-generated new opportunities. Before long, Corin was working less, but harvesting far more than his brother. He told Liam, "You are using one seed to get one plant. I am creating a system where plants create more plants. You are using man's math. I am using God's math." In a great city, a wealthy but stagnant banker sought out Elara, the master mosaic artist. The banker had built his fortune on meticulous calculation on linear addition. But now his wealth had plateaued. He felt stuck. Elara led him to a giant work she was creating, a mosaic of a spiral galaxy. "You see your wealth as a stack of coins growing one coin taller each day," she said. "That is why it has stopped. A stack of coins can only get so high before it collapses. The universe does not build in stacks of coins. The universe builds in spirals." She pointed to the mosaic. "See how this spiral begins from a tiny, perfect center. Then each new ring expands upon the last, growing ever larger, yet always maintaining a perfect proportion. This is the golden spiral. It is the Creator's signature in a seashell, a flower, a hurricane, and in the growth of true prosperity." She taught him to stop thinking about quantity and start thinking about pattern. She advised him to take a small portion of his wealth and invest it not for the highest return, but to create a beautiful pattern, something that would help others create joy and begin a positive cycle. The banker, inspired, funded a guild of young artisans. The success of this guild not only brought him unexpected financial returns, but it also created new relationships and opportunities that expanded his entire fortune in ways he could never have calculated. He had learned to stop stacking coins and start drawing a sacred spiral. The law of sacred mathematics. The universe does not operate on the linear addition that humans often use. It operates on sacred mathematics, the mathematics of exponential multiplication, of graceful and limitless expansion. Scarcity is a product of linear thinking. Abundance is the natural state of the universe. True wealth does not increase in a straight line. It expands according to the principles of sacred geometry. The same mathematical patterns that govern the spiral of a nautilus shell or the branching of galaxies are the very patterns that govern the increase of prosperity. When you align your consciousness with these patterns, You are tapping into the very growth engine of the universe. This is why you should plant a seed of intention rather than setting a rigid endpoint. A goal, for example, I want to have X amount of money, is an endpoint. It lies within the realm of addition. But an intention, for example, I intend to be a channel for creative and ever-expanding prosperity, is a seed. You give it to the earth of the universe and allow it to join the natural cycle of self-multiplication. Each success will self-generate new opportunities just as one tree produces 1,000 seeds. You can train your consciousness to escape linear thinking and begin to think exponentially. By consciously working with the symbols of natural growth, you can reprogram your mind, shifting from a model of step-by-step effort to one of graceful, natural, and limitless expansion. Practice the Golden Spiral Meditation. This practice is designed to reprogram your mind to resonate with the universe's pattern of exponential growth. Prepare and visualize. Find a quiet place. You can gaze at an image of the golden spiral, a seashell, a galaxy, or a diagram for a few minutes to imprint the image on your mind. Then close your eyes and recreate that image in your mind's eye. Sow the seed of intention. Think of one of your goals. Now transform it from a linear goal into an expansive seed of intention. For example, linear goal. I want to earn an extra $1,000 a month. Seed of intention. My intention is to create value and joy so excellently that my income naturally multiplies and expands without limit. Place this seed of intention at the very center of the spiral you are visualizing. The spiral journey. This is the core of the meditation. Allow your consciousness to begin moving slowly from the center of the spiral outward, following its curve. As you pass through the first loop, feel your seed sprouting into a small success. As you continue outward to the second larger loop, feel that small success not just being added to, but multiplying. It self-generates 2 new opportunities. Continue your journey out to the ever-expanding loops. Feel the graceful, effortless expansion. 2 opportunities become 4, 4 become 8. Feel exponential growth becoming your natural state. Integrate the new mindset. After spending a few minutes on this spiral journey, slowly return. End the meditation with an affirmation. My mind is now attuned to the sacred mathematics of the universe. I allow my prosperity to multiply gracefully and without limit. It is so. Carry the feeling of this spiral expansion with you. You are learning to think not like a farmer, but like a garden. Chapter 28. The Philosopher's Stone, the Supreme State of Consciousness. Aurelius spent his entire life searching for the Philosopher's Stone. He believed it to be a kind of red powder, a magical substance that could turn base metal into pure gold. His laboratory was filled with complex distillation apparatus, rare minerals, and obscure ancient texts. He had spent his entire fortune on this search, and as a result, he lived in poverty. He believed that if he could just obtain the stone, he could turn the lead of his poverty into the gold of riches. But every attempt failed. He followed every formula with absolute precision, yet metal remained metal and poverty remained poverty. In his most desperate hours, staring at another failed experiment, his own weary reflection in a piece of polished metal caught his attention. A voice which seemed to come from the reflection, but in truth arose from deep within, whispered, "You have tried to create the stone to change the world, but the true great work is to change yourself until you become the stone." A truth like a bolt of lightning struck Aurelius's mind. All the alchemical stages he had read about in the ancient books, calcination, the burning of the ego, dissolution, dissolving old beliefs in emotion, separation, separating truth from illusion, they were never processes meant for metals. They were the stages for purifying the alchemist's own consciousness. Aurelius abandoned his physical experiments. He turned inward and began a process of internal alchemy. He took the lump of lead of his greatest problem, his crushing debt, as his raw material. He performed calcination by burning away his ego and his desire for fame. He performed dissolution by sitting in meditation and allowing his fear of failure to dissolve in the waters of acceptance. He performed separation by separating the truth of his intrinsic worth from the illusion of his outer poverty. As his consciousness was refined through each stage, it achieved a new quality, a quiet, clear, and powerful presence. He was no longer the desperate Aurelius searching for a solution. He had become a new state of consciousness. He had become the philosopher's stone. He no longer needed to turn lead into gold. With his new presence and wisdom, he walked out of his laboratory and presented his research not as failures, but as profound insights into the laws of nature. A wealthy patron, impressed not by his results, but by the man himself, by the wisdom and power that radiated from him, funded him to establish an entire academy. He had not transmuted metal. He had transmuted the alchemist, and the world around him was compelled to transmute in response. The law of ultimate transmutation. The legend of the philosopher's stone is one of the most profound metaphors for the path to prosperity. The greatest alchemical power, the ability to turn everything it touches into gold, does not lie in an external object. It is a refined state of consciousness. When your consciousness reaches this quality of clarity, non-judgment, stability, and love, your very attention becomes the ultimate transmuting agent. Turning the lead of a situation of lack into the gold of an opportunity of abundance does not require external action or manipulation. It only requires the touch of an elevated awareness. Just as sunlight need not do anything to dispel darkness, it need only be present. Your alchemical consciousness, when observing a problem, automatically becomes the catalyst for its transformation. Energy cannot hold the form of limitation when it is bathed in the light of an unlimited awareness. Awakening this power is not a random event, but the result of a systematic process of inner alchemy. By courageously taking a life challenge through the stages of purification, burning away the ego, dissolving the emotion, separating truth from illusion, and conjoining with new wisdom, you are refining your own consciousness. This is the ultimate goal of mastering prosperity, to become the philosopher's stone. When you do, you are no longer a victim of circumstance. Instead, you become a master alchemist who sees the golden potential in every lump of lead, of limitation, and releases it simply by the power of your awakened presence. Practice turning lead into gold, the inner alchemical process. This is a profound practice to apply the alchemical process to a specific problem in your life. Identify the lump of lead. Choose a challenge, a limitation, or a great fear that currently exists in your life. This is the raw material for your great work. Stage 1. Calcination, the fire of humility. Look at this lump of lead and ask yourself, what is my ego clinging to here? Burn away the need to be right, the need to blame others, or the feeling of being a victim. Acknowledge your full role in creating or sustaining it, not with judgment but with radical humility. Say, I completely accept this reality and my role within it. Stage 2. Dissolution, the water of surrender. Now submerge the remaining ash of the ego in the water of emotion. Allow yourself to feel all the emotions related to this issue that you have been suppressing: fear, sadness, anger, disappointment. Do not resist. Do not analyze. Simply sit in stillness and let them flow through you like a river. Say, I allow all feelings to be felt and to be released. Stage 3. Separation. The air of clarity. When the emotional waters have settled, gently separate what is illusion from what is truth. Ask yourself, behind this fear, what is the truth of who I am? What is the lesson this lump of lead came to teach me? Filter out the limiting beliefs. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. and retain the gem of wisdom. I am resilient. My worth is unconditional. Stage 4, conjunction. The earth of embodiment. Now take the gem of wisdom you have just found and unify it with your new self. Declare powerfully, I am. State the wisdom lesson you just received. For example, I am stability and peace. Feel this new truth becoming your solid foundation. You are no longer the person with the problem. You are the person who has been transformed by it. Your consciousness has now been refined. You have taken one step closer to becoming the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 29, The Final Gate. Surrender in the Dark Night of the Soul. Captain Lyra had become a master of the seas. She could read the stars, understand the language of the wind, and feel the deep ocean currents hidden beneath the surface. Through conscious practice and the laws of manifestation, she had attracted a magnificent ship and a loyal crew. Now she embarked on the greatest voyage of her life, the search for a legendary island of prosperity, a place said to lie beyond all known maps. All of her inner guidance, all the signs from the universe, told her this was the right path. But as the ship sailed into uncharted waters, everything began to go inexplicably wrong. The favorable winds suddenly died, leaving her ship stranded in a deathly calm sea for weeks. Then a strange, thick fog descended, obscuring both the sun and the stars, rendering all her navigational tools useless. The crew began to panic. Rations ran low. Every law she had learned, all the harmony she had painstakingly built, seemed to be betraying her. Lyra was facing the dark night of the soul in the middle of the ocean. She went through every stage of resistance, frustration, trying to control the situation by working harder, fear, and finally utter despair. In her darkest hour, when all hope seemed lost, Lyra did the only thing she had never tried. She completely let go. She stopped trying to navigate. She stopped worrying about the destination. She walked to the ship's wheel, released her hands, looked up into the foggy sky, and said to the universe in a whisper, I surrender. I trust this journey no matter where it leads. Thy will be done, not mine. The very moment she truly, completely let go, a subtle shift occurred. A strange seabird with silver plumage landed on the ship's rail and sang. Acting on a pure impulse of intuition, Lyra ordered her crew to follow the direction in which the bird flew. Gradually, the fog began to lift. But it did not reveal the island she had imagined. Instead, it revealed an entirely new ocean current, an unknown channel. This channel led them to a hidden archipelago, a land more prosperous and beautiful than any legend. Lyra suddenly understood. The universe was not denying her prosperity. It was testing her attachment to a specific form of that prosperity. The dark night was the final exam, and complete surrender was the only answer. It was the gateway to a level of abundance her finite mind could never have conceived. The law of ultimate surrender. As you approach mastery, the universe may send you final tests. They can appear as inexplicable obstacles, absurd delays, or situations where all the laws you have learned seem to fail. This is not a sign of failure. This is an initiatory gateway designed to purify the most subtle remaining attachments in your consciousness. This stage is called the financial dark night of the soul. It is a necessary purification process before you can reach complete freedom. The correct response to this stage is not fear, doubt, or trying to exert more control. The correct response is to recognize it, smile, and welcome it as an opportunity to surrender on an even deeper level. The final lesson on the path to prosperity is to let go of your attachment to two things: form and timing. Ultimate freedom does not lie in being able to manifest exactly what you want, exactly when or where you want it. It lies in holding an unshakable faith in the infinite supply, while completely releasing control over how or when that abundance will manifest. When you can consciously release all need for control and all final expectations, you are stepping into a vast, pristine space of consciousness called the void of pure potential. This is not an empty nothingness, but a fertile ground of all possibilities. In this void where there is no longer any interference from the ego, the infinite intelligence of the universe can operate freely, bringing you a result in its highest and most appropriate form for your benefit. Practice the surrender ritual, stepping into the void. This is a ritual to practice letting go at the deepest level, especially when you are facing a great challenge. Present the challenge. Sit in a quiet place. Bring to your mind the problem, desire, or goal to which you feel most attached, the one you are trying hardest to control. Acknowledge the control, say aloud, or write down all the ways you have tried to manipulate or force this outcome. For example, I have tried to work harder. I expected this to happen last month. I have visualized it looking exactly like this. This acknowledgement brings your unconscious attachments into the light. The prayer of surrender. This is the heart of the ritual. Open the palms of your hands and turn them upward, a posture of release and reception. Take a deep breath and speak these words from the depths of your heart. Infinite intelligence, I have done all that I know how to do. I now state the problem, desire, into your hands. I release all attachment to how it must manifest. I release all attachment to when it must arrive. I trust completely that you will bring me something even better than I can imagine at the most perfect time and for my highest good. I completely surrender, so let it be. Step into the void. After speaking the prayer, sit in silence for a few minutes. Do not try to visualize a new outcome. Instead, focus on the feeling of emptiness, of release, of an open space, no longer heavy with burden. This is the feeling of resting in the void of pure potential. Act with faith. As you return to your day, act not with passive waiting, but with active trust. When the urge to worry or control arises again, gently remind yourself this has been placed in greater hands, and return to the feeling of peace and surrender. This is not the end of the journey, but the beginning of a new way of life, a life lived in freedom, trust, and graceful co-creation with the universe. Chapter 30. The Eternal Dance with the Source. A relationship, not a destination. Ivar, the master architect who could build bridges by conversing with the spirit of stone and earth, had achieved everything a person could dream of. Fame, wealth, and respect were all his. His methods had become legendary. And then something subtle happened. Ivar began to believe in his own legend. He stopped listening to the land with fresh ears. Instead, he began to apply a proven Ivar formula. His new bridges were still sturdy, but they lacked the spark of genius, the unique harmony that his first creations possessed. Without knowing it, Ivar had built himself a golden cage with his own mastery. Then one day, a young architect appeared with strange and unorthodox ideas. The young man built a bridge that seemed to defy gravity, an architecture of lightness and grace that Ivar's formula could never have produced. For the first time in years, Ivar felt a painfully familiar sensation, a twinge of envy and fear. His mastery had become a prison, preventing him from seeing new possibilities. But Ivar was a true master, and he did something that only true masters dare to do. He approached the young architect not as a master, but as a student. "Teach me how you listen," Ivar said humbly. "The world's music seems to have changed, and my ears are still trying to hear the old tunes." This act of profound humility, of embracing a beginner's mind, even at the height of his fame, shattered his golden cage. Their subsequent collaboration created works far greater than either could have imagined alone. Ivar had learned the final lesson of mastery. It is not a destination to be defended, but a living relationship with creation, one that must be nurtured daily with curiosity and humility. A student who had masterfully practiced every technique the weaver Serafina had taught came to her. "Master," the young man said, "I have followed all the rituals. I have learned to manifest, but now I feel a silence. What should I ask the universe to manifest next? The young man was still in the mindset of one who requests results. Serafina smiled and pointed to her magnificent loom, where countless colored threads intertwined. "You have learned to speak to the universe," she said. "Now it is time to learn to let the universe speak through you. You have learned the dance steps. Now let the source lead the dance." She explained that the highest practice is no longer to bring a request to the loom. It is to sit down before the loom with an empty and open heart, and then to ask the very spirit of the loom, "What shall we weave together today? What beauty wishes to be expressed through these hands?" The student tried this new method. Instead of arriving with a plan, he arrived with a question. And in that stillness, an inspiration flowed through him, a combination of colors, a pattern he never would have conceived of. The tapestry he then wove was his most beautiful and profound work, seeming to contain a wisdom far beyond his own. He had learned that the ultimate goal is not to become a master requester, but to become a willing and joyful dance partner in the universe's creative dance. The law of the eternal relationship. The journey of prosperity has no endpoint because life is an infinite flow. True mastery does not lie in achieving a specific accomplishment, a title, or a number in an account. It lies in cultivating a living, intimate, and ever-evolving relationship with the infinite source of the universe. When you achieve success, beware the golden cage. Wealth can become a prison if you cling to its specific manifestations and stop evolving. Always keep a beginner's mind, a ceaseless openness to learn, to let go of what you already know, and to receive a deeper wisdom. Prosperity is a dance, not a fixed formula. The divine source is a living intelligence with ever-changing rhythms. If you rigidly keep dancing the old steps, you will step on your partner's toes and interrupt the flow. You must learn to be flexible and sensitive, to feel the new music of the universe and be willing to move in new ways. The highest practice, therefore, shifts from requesting manifestation to communing with the source. It is no longer a one-way dialogue. It becomes an intimate relationship. Instead of asking, "What do I want?" you begin to ask, "O life source, what wishes to be expressed through me now?" When you ask that question and truly listen, you are letting go of your current understanding to make space for deeper revelations to appear, allowing abundance to express itself through you in its highest and most beautiful form. Practice the dialogue with the source. The endless dance. This is a practice to shift you from a state of doing to a state of being, from requesting to communing. Enter the space of communion. Find a quiet place. Come to this practice not with a list of things to do, but with an open heart. Release all formulas. Visualize yourself gently setting all your goals, techniques, and desires to one side. Say silently, "Today I do not come to ask, I come to listen." Ask the open relationship question. Speak to the source, to abundance, as a friend, a lover, a living entity. Ask one of these questions from the depths of your heart. O infinite life source, how does our relationship desire to evolve? What beauty wishes to be expressed through me today? What deeper truth about abundance am I now ready to receive? Listen with your whole being. The answer will not come in words. Listen with all of your senses, both inner and outer. It may come as a deep feeling of peace, a wave of joy, a sense of expanding freedom, a symbolic image that appears in your mind's eye, a gentle urge to take a walk, to draw a picture, to call a friend, or to simply sit still and rest. Follow the new music. Whatever you receive, honor it. It may not seem productive or logical by the world's standards, but it is your next step in the eternal dance. Trust it and follow. Your journey is no longer about seeking treasure. You have realized you are the treasure, and the greatest joy lies not in possessing, but in ceaselessly discovering the new facets of your own beauty in endless harmony with the universe. Epilogue. As you close these final chapters, a profound stillness descends, a sacred silence that marks not an end, but a threshold crossed. Through these ancient teachings, you have undergone an initiation that transcends intellectual understanding. Each principle, each practice, each revelation has performed its alchemical work within your consciousness, awakening dormant faculties to receive and express an abundance that will continue to unfold in ways you cannot yet imagine. The journey from a spiritual seeker to a master of abundance represents a sacred path, but this completion opens into an even greater beginning. Like a seed that has finally broken through the soil to greet the sun, the wisdom you have integrated now enters a phase of perpetual expansion. The teachings continue their work within you, deepening and evolving with each passing day. Your greatest mission now lies not in possessing this knowledge, but in embodying it so fully that your very presence transmits these truths to others. Through your state of harmony, you become a living testament to the principles of energetic wealth, a walking demonstration that abundance flows not from outer circumstance, but from inner attunement with the cosmic source. As an initiated keeper of these sacred teachings, you now carry a profound responsibility to allow the consciousness of prosperity to flow through you unimpeded, touching a world still struggling under the weight of perceived limitation. Your mastery will be measured not by what you acquire, but by how your prosperity creates ripples of transformation, awakening others to their own sacred heritage of limitless abundance. The universe now responds to you differently, not because you have learned to manipulate energy, but because you have become the very frequency of abundance. Like the philosopher's stone of ancient legend, your consciousness now transmutes everything it touches, revealing the hidden golden potential in every circumstance. Know that true material wealth will follow you, but this represents only the outer reflection of a far greater treasure, the direct knowing that limitless abundance is not merely your potential, but your fundamental nature, your birthright, your true identity unveiled.